Hello everyone, this is Fantasy Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Stand System. Two geniuses awakened their powers. Part 1. An afternoon at Whammy's house. Clack. Amidst the crisp sound of a piece being placed, a game of chess was nearing its end. At opposite ends of the board, two geniuses faced off. The sunlight slanted through the screen window into the room, dividing the chessboard into two worlds of light and shadow. L crouched on his chair, his pale cheeks framed by eyes with dark circles that stared intently at the game, his thumb firmly between his teeth. His opponent, J, appeared to be looking at the board, but his consciousness had already sunk into a system interface only he could see. Current stand for sale. D4C dirty deeds done dirt cheap. Potential buyer. L Lollier compatibility. 95%. Note. This transaction requires the full consent of both parties. Consent cannot be obtained through special means. Core mission. Sell stands to key plot characters and observe the evolution of the world line and human nature. You're distracted, J. L broke the silence. He didn't look up, yet he seemed able to see through others' thoughts. From the first move, your average time per move was 4.2 seconds. But just now, you paused for 6 seconds and 3 milliseconds, then took 1.5 seconds to make a terrible move. You aren't usually this distracted. J, wearing gloves, placed a piece, his voice steady. I was just thinking about a question of human nature. When a person obtains power sufficient to change the world, will they become a god, or a demon? Neither. More likely an extremely dangerous lunatic, L responded quickly, while capturing one of J's pieces. However, why did you suddenly presuppose the existence of such power? This hypothesis lacks a premise. The game had long since begun, not just on the board, but in every gap of speech and psychology. It's nothing, perhaps just an observation. J gently pushed his rook forward. Just like this game, you habitually predict my thoughts through my move patterns. What if, suddenly, there was a rule on the board that only I could use? For example, my king could move freely to any position that isn't checkmate. L stopped biting his thumb and looked up at J. Then it wouldn't be chess anymore. That's cheating. No, that's just a redefinition of the rules. J smiled. To you, the board remains unchanged. But to me, the world is already entirely different. The key is, once you know a new rule exists, would you want to possess it too? J's finger pointed to a corner of the board. Checkmate. L fell silent. He didn't move a piece, but he saw the killing blow, a setup buried 20 moves ago. You win. L's tone held no frustration, only deeper questions. So, what are you trying to prove? Jay knew the time had come, but he didn't speak immediately. System. Destroy all surveillance here and manifest a one-time projection of D4C in front of L, Jay thought to himself. Command confirmed. Consuming 100 stand points. Executing command. The lights on all the hidden cameras in the room flickered once, then went dead. Then, in front of L, a humanoid figure with a blue and pink color scheme and long rabbit-like ears appeared before quickly vanishing. Seeing this, L's pupils contracted sharply, and he nearly bit through his thumb. The scene before him exceeded his cognitive framework, but logic forced him to admit it was an unexplainable phenomenon. Jay looked at L's face and lowered his voice. L, you are hunting a killer who might possess supernatural powers. It must be hard to catch him, since he can kill from a distance. Yes. L's gaze was unwavering. And that thing you just showed me gives me reason to believe you might very well be Kira. If I were Kira, I would have won by now. Jay spread his hands. But I haven't. Why? Because you enjoy the process. L didn't hesitate. You enjoy watching me get closer to the truth, and you enjoy overturning my deductions at the last moment. That is the kind of victory you desire most. We grew up here together. You've always been like this. Jay laughed, a laugh that carried an indescribable flavor. Is that so? But I want to ask you a question. What if Kira's power isn't unique? Suppose there is a power called a stand, and those who possess it are called stand users. It is the manifestation of inner strength. What you just saw was one of them. And Kira, he might also possess a stand, which explains why he can kill without making contact. Logically sound, L nodded. But by that same logic, you could be fabricating this theory to divert suspicion. After all, a perfect lie is usually 9 parts truth and 1 part falsehood. That's why I need a witness, Jay said. Someone smart enough to prove the truth. Me. Yes. L was silent for a few seconds before suddenly asking, then, what is the name of the stand you just showed me? D4C. And what is its ability? Jay didn't answer directly. He reached out and gently moved a piece on the board from a black square to a white one. Imagine this piece originally moved in a black world, but if there were infinite boards and infinite pieces. Parallel worlds. L's pupils shrank. D4C allows one to travel through parallel worlds and summon another version of yourself from another world. Jay paused. For instance, summoning another L to test Kira's killing rules. That L would die, but you would obtain critical intelligence. L quickly understood what this meant. It meant using infinite versions of himself to verify the rules of death while the original remained safe. It meant he could travel to a world where Kira was killing someone, witness the process personally, and bring back the evidence. It meant, this is the cheating you spoke of, L said, his voice devoid of emotion. Like I said, to you, the board hasn't changed, but to me, the world is completely different. But there is one thing you must remember, D4C's true power requires a special condition to activate. As for what that condition is, Jay gave a slight smile. When you use it, you will naturally know. L keenly caught the underlying meaning in those words. When I need it. You mean it's not complete right now? The ability is complete, Jay said. But some powers only reveal their true meaning at specific moments. Before L could press further, Jay changed the subject. The question now is, do you want to possess this cheating ability? L stared at him, and for the first time, hesitation appeared in those eyes. In the world of a genius, the most painful thing is facing a riddle one cannot solve due to a complete information asymmetry. And now, what Jay was offering was not just an answer, but a key that could unlock all answers. What was the price? There had to be a price. Since you possess such power, what is the price you speak of? He quickly calmed down, cutting straight to the core. A promise. Jay had his answer ready. He knew a free lunch would only make L more suspicious. After you use this power to catch Kira, I need you to do one thing that does not violate your principles. I want to know, when you use God-like power to execute human justice. Jay leaned forward slightly. Will you be closer to a god, or more like the monster you are hunting? A long silence followed. The sunlight moved slowly across the chessboard, pushing the line of shadow bit by bit toward L's side. L was thinking, calculating. Deduction itself requires equal capabilities from both sides. Jay was implying that if the rules of the board were already unfair, they needed to stand under the same rules. As for why Jay, who grew up in the house of geniuses with him, had this ability, he couldn't figure it out yet. The key was that the scales were already unbalanced, and more importantly, he wanted to see what Jay was really up to. On one side was an unknown risk, on the other was the benefit of catching Kira. Ultimately, he chose the latter. I accept. Transaction complete. L has obtained the stand. D4C. Obtained stand points. 1000. Stand mall unlocked. Almost the instant the transaction was finalized, Jay moved to the next step. System. Consume stand points to exchange for Heaven's Door. Heaven's Door. Suddenly, a small humanoid stand wearing a white suit and a translucent gold top hat lunged directly at L's face. In that split second, its image was reflected in L's suddenly constricted pupils. When L possessed a stand, he could see other stands. The rule that established interaction between stand users was now in effect. L was already on high alert, almost at the exact moment the stand appeared. He instinctively leaned back, overturning the chessboard to create noise, while his right foot subconsciously stomped hard on the floor. D4C. He was not yet familiar with the power of his stand and was about to activate it driven by survival instinct, but it was all too late. The conceptual power of Heaven's Door surpassed physical speed. By the time the pages on L's face were forcibly flipped open, his body had only just half risen from the chair. In the next moment, L's body slumped uncontrollably back into the chair. L's cheeks transformed into open pages, densely filled with the experiences and thoughts of his entire life. One page read, Jay is suspected of being Kira. I will accept the deal for now to see how things develop. This is also the best way to test him. Besides him, Kira is very likely a student who has access to the police department's internal data. Jay did not delay. He pulled out a prepared pen from his pocket and began writing furiously on those open pages, with supernatural speed. All specific information regarding Jay himself, including his appearance, voice, and habits, shall be blurred and forgotten. Cannot harm Jay, and will forget his specific information. This memory cannot be traced or restored in any form. Jay repeated the process, the figure of Heaven's Door darting through Whammy's house. He wrote the rules into the memories of all relevant personnel, erased all video recordings concerning Jay, and completed the logical consistency. Finally, he went to the archives and destroyed both his physical and electronic records. Having finished all this, he stood outside the main gate of Whammy's house and looked back at the grand building. Now that L had obtained D4C, his power to hunt Kira would be unprecedentedly strong. As for Light Yagami, the one who called himself the god of the new world, how much longer could his luck hold out? It was time to deliver a stand to the other protagonist. How very interesting. Jay walked away from Whammy's house, merging into the flow of people on the street. In the night of Tokyo, the city lights were woven like a tapestry. Jay stood beneath the imposing office building of the Metropolitan Police Department. He looked up at the emblem symbolizing justice, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. His current identity was that of a young criminal psychologist who had just returned from overseas, eager to give back to society. 10 minutes later, introduced by a section chief and relying on a forged resume of a top-tier overseas criminal psychologist. He soon met one of his targets, the core figure of the investigation headquarters, Soichiro Yagami. In the meeting room, Soichiro Yagami sat in the main seat, his face etched with exhaustion. The bloodshot streaks in his eyes revealed that he was being suffocated by invisible pressure. The Kira incident had left the entire police force in a state of chaos. Any outsider was worth suspecting, and he scrutinized the young psychology expert before him. Mr. Soichiro, Jay spoke first, his voice gentle and steady. The outside world is busy analyzing Kira's motives and methods, but few care about the heavy psychological burden you, who are on the front lines of justice, are carrying. These words caused a flicker of hesitation in Soichiro Yagami's scrutinizing gaze. What are you trying to say? Jay captured this subtle change and continued to press in. The most terrifying thing about Kira isn't his supernatural method of killing, but that he is openly challenging the core power of a nation, the power of judgment. Jay's pace was not fast, but he spoke directly to Soichiro Yagami's heart. These were the core dilemmas he worried about day and night but could not voice to anyone. Subordinates needed firm orders, superiors needed clear results, and family could not share his worries. No one could truly share the fear of his faith in the rule of law gradually collapsing. Seeing the look of resonance finally appear in the other man's eyes, he concluded with an empathetic tone. Therefore, Kira's appearance challenges not only the law but also the final belief in the word, justice, within the human heart. And you, Mr. Soichiro, are bearing the weight of that belief alone. When everyone else might be confused or shaken, or even tempted by Kira's hypocritical justice, you must be the sturdiest, and yet the loneliest, pillar. The lonely pillar. Soichiro Yagami subconsciously chewed on the phrase. That was it. This young man had used the most precise language to articulate the source of the heaviest pressure in his heart. He wasn't fighting a criminal, he was guarding a faith that was about to be overturned. An unprecedented sense of being understood allowed him to drop most of his guard. He attributed this incredible rapid trust to the extraordinary empathy and analytical skills listed on the other's profile. This was perhaps exactly the genius the investigation headquarters needed most. Over the next 2 hours, Jay and Soichiro engaged in a deep conversation. The young man's insights earned Soichiro's approval. Mr. Joe, Soichiro stood up and solemnly extended his hand. Your insights have benefited me greatly. If possible, I hope to continue receiving your assistance in the future. It is my honor, Jay shook his hand and said with a smile. The path of justice is never lonely, Mr. Soichiro. Target: Soichiro Yagami. Available stand: Silver Chariot. Compatibility: 95%. Oh, even this embodiment of justice has a compatible stand, how interesting, Jay thought to himself. As they parted, Soichiro watched Jay's retreating back, a firm sense of trust already established in his heart for this young man. After the first meeting, Jay left behind a supplementary report on Kira's psychological profile. Its professionalism shocked both Soichiro and the investigation headquarters. A day later, leveraging the trust he had built, Jay paid a polite visit to the Yagami household under the pretext of providing supplementary psychological profiling data. In the living room, Sachiko Yagami warmly served tea. After finishing his conversation with Soichiro, Jay's gaze fell on a family photo placed on the TV cabinet. In the photo, Light Yagami was smiling with a youthful and bright expression. That's my son, Light. He's in his room studying for university entrance exams. Soichiro noted his gaze, his tone filled with pride but soon tinged with worry. However, the boy seems to be under a lot of pressure lately. Sometimes, he appears very tired. Jay seized the moment, showing a professional attitude. Psychological pressure during exam periods is indeed not to be underestimated. If you don't mind, perhaps I could have a brief chat with him. While studying psychology, I specialized in counseling techniques. I hope I can help him adjust his state of mind. Is that so? Then I'll have to trouble you. With Soichiro's approval, Jay walked up to the second floor alone and knocked on the door that would determine the fate of the world. Come in. Inside the room, Light Yagami sat at his desk, the glow of the lamp outlining his focused profile. Open law books were arranged meticulously, and the tip of his pen made a scratching sound as he wrote. He looked up and saw the unfamiliar Jay. A flash of scrutiny appeared in his eyes, which was immediately masked by perfect politeness. And you are. Jay reached back and gently closed the door, isolating the space from the outside world. His gaze swept across the overly tidy room, finally landing on Light's flawless face. A decaying world is undergoing a cleansing of justice. Jay's voice was steady, yet possessed an undeniable piercing quality. The law cannot punish true evil, so someone has become a god to judge the world. He paused and performed an extremely standard and elegant British gentleman's bow. Then he delivered the punchline, and that person is you. Light Yagami. Jay walked to the opposite side of the desk and whispered into his ear, word by word, in a volume only the two of them could hear. My name is Jay. You can call me Jojo. K. He. Light, it looks like you've been found out. In a dimension invisible to ordinary people, the Shinigami Ryak twisted his grotesque body, thoroughly enjoying the drama unfolding before him. The smile remained on Light's face, but a storm was raging in his heart. Mr. Joe, is it? I don't understand what you mean, he responded flawlessly. I'm just an ordinary high school student. Is that so? Jay lightly clapped his hands, his tone appreciative. A perfect disguise. That is an essential quality for becoming a god. As if completely ignoring Light's vigilance, Jay paced over to the desk on his own, his finger lightly tracing the surface before finally stopping above the drawer. To achieve such a great cause, a god also needs a handy tool and a safe hiding place. For example, at the bottom of a drawer, setting up a false compartment known only to oneself, utilizing a visual blind spot. Jay simply smiled and gazed into Light Yagami's eyes, a perfect place to hide the death note. Am I right, Kira? The moment Joe John finished speaking, even Light, who prided himself on being a god, felt his mind go blank. Impossible. He had designed that hidden compartment himself, utilizing visual blind spots. Unless the entire drawer was dismantled, it was impossible to discover. He checked it every day to ensure everything was foolproof. This person, how did this person know? Who is he? Could he be a second death note holder? Light instinctively looked toward Ryak beside him, only to find Ryak wearing a look of surprised amusement, as if watching a good show. You, who exactly are you? Light's voice dropped, his perfect mask vanishing and being replaced by undisguised vigilance. His heart tightened as a thought flashed through his mind. If there's no other way, I'll have to trade for the Shinigami eyes with Ryak. His right hand instinctively reached for his watch. Hidden there was a scrap of paper torn from the death note. Someone who can bring you a miracle, Joe John said with a smile, meeting his hostile gaze. Kira's power has its limits, right? For example, you cannot directly execute those whose names and faces you don't know. Your pursuer, L, and the global forces behind him, won't be foolish enough to reveal their names to you. Light remained silent, his mind racing. The other party had exposed the existence of the notebook, yet had also begun to analyze its weaknesses. What was his goal? To show off? To threaten? Or, did he have other intentions? Joe John's voice was full of temptation. Imagine, Light Yagami, if Calamity could become your weapon. Anyone tracking you would have Calamity clear the obstacles for you, making evidence disappear mysteriously and causing the enemies investigating you to suffer a little accidental misfortune. Isn't this exactly the power you need most right now? Calamity. Light Yagami narrowed his eyes, lowering his voice even further. Since you know about the notebook, are you a holder too? Or is there another Shinigami behind you? Looking at Light's hand on his watch, Joe John added softly. Neither. Since I dared to come, I've naturally come prepared. If anything happens to me, certain information will automatically be delivered to your father. He shook his head gently. Imagine the scene. Your father, who has dedicated his life to defending justice, personally putting handcuffs on the son he is so proud of. His convictions would crumble at that moment. Isn't that sight more cruel than any death? I assume you wouldn't want your parents to know that their pride and joy is Kira, right? These words caused Light, whose humanity had not yet been completely extinguished at this stage, to freeze, followed by a surge of anger at having his bottom line crossed. Are you threatening me? His voice was very low, using my family. Light took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. So, Mr. John, why don't we talk openly? What exactly do you want? Light Yagami's fingers on his watch eventually relaxed slowly. He sat up straight again, as if the loss of composure a second ago was a hallucination, his face returning to its calm state. Joe John could feel that beneath that mask of calm, there was a surge of killing intent born from weighing the pros and cons. Hey, Joe John laughed. That smile was gentle and peaceful, but to Light, it was even more unsettling than the Shinigami Ryak's weird cackle. He leisurely pulled over a chair by the desk and sat down, his posture as relaxed as if he were in his own home. Let's make a deal. Become a stand user, Light Yagami. Joe John looked at him, as if he could see right through his heart filled with ambition and ideals. In the process of cleansing the world with your justice and becoming the god of the new world, will you lose your original nature? I want to see whether you will fall into the demon you despise most, or ascend to become a true deity. I have only one request. Let me witness it all. He, Light, this human is more like a Shinigami than I am. Ryak cackled on the side, incredibly excited by this unexpected development. Light Yagami fell silent. This request was too bizarre. He wasn't asking for money, he didn't want his life, and he wasn't stopping his plan, just to become some stand user, and be observed from the side. This absurd request, however, struck at the deepest part of Light Yagami's conceit. The power called calamity, which could cause misfortune to befall all pursuers, was exactly what he wanted most right now. L's constant pressure and the FBI's intervention had made him feel restricted. With this power, he would no longer have any misgivings. His mind calculated rapidly. Regardless of whether it was true or false, he would stabilize him first, accept the gift, and then slowly find this Joe John's weakness. Joe John looked at the calculation and ambition in Light's eyes, his heart feeling no ripples. As soon as he had entered the room, the system had already given its final assessment. Target: Light Yagami. Sellable stand: Wonder of You. Compatibility: 100%. Perfect compatibility. This power was as if it had automatically chosen Light Yagami for his distorted sense of justice and his fear of being discovered. After a brief weighing of options, Light Yagami spoke. Fine. I accept this deal. Transaction complete. Light Yagami has obtained the stand. Wonder of You. Obtained stand points. 1200. When the transaction was completed, in Light Yagami's eyes, a figure emerged from the void. It was an old man, dressed in a sophisticated black suit and top hat, with a bright yellow scarf around his neck and a pitch black cane in his hand. The old man slightly raised his head, the shadow under the brim of his hat dispersing to reveal a face covered in wrinkles. He faced Light Yagami with that aged face and introduced himself. My name is Wonder of You. He paused, lightly tapping the ground with his cane. You may also call me Calamity. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man's face began to undergo a bizarre transformation. His features twisted and deformed, eventually turning into a cold metal microphone head, and two crimson electronic eyes, like suns, suddenly lit up. Light Yagami stared at the existence before him, his mind experiencing a brief moment of shock. This is a stand. It seems like an existence similar to Ryuk. He, Light, what is this thing? Ryuk's weird laughter suddenly rang out. The Shinigami's curiosity drove him to float in front of the old man, reaching out a long finger, attempting to touch this mysterious being. A stand user. Interesting. Ryuk's Shinigami eyes activated. Let me see what this thing really is. Before he could finish his sentence, Wonder of You looked at Ryuk. Clack. A ballpoint pen that had been on the desk rolled off onto the floor without warning, precisely landing at Ryuk's feet. The Shinigami Ryuk happened to take a small step forward, stepping right onto the ballpoint pen. What? His illusory body at this moment followed the laws of physics, his foot slipped, and his body suddenly lost balance. To steady himself, the hand he had extended instinctively reached back to brace himself. Crack. A crisp sound of bone snapping rang out. The index finger he had extended bent backward on the spot, showing a terrifying curve that defied physiology. Ah wow. The Shinigami Ryuk let out a terrified, weird cry. The intense pain caused his body to lose balance again, and he slammed headfirst into the nearby bookshelf. A heavy law dictionary at the top of the bookshelf slid off in response. An object that should have passed through the Shinigami's illusory body now struck the top of his head with the weight of the physical world. It hurts. Ryuk cried out as he stood up, only to be tripped by the leg of the desk chair. As he fell backward, the wings on his back happened to catch the pull cord of the curtain. With a crash, the entire curtain track along with the curtain was pulled down, covering him miserably beneath it. Light. Am I being attacked by your stand? Ryuk. Light Yagami watched this scene in shock. That transcendent Shinigami, who viewed humans as ants, was now enduring a farcical series of events due to a chain of coincidences. And from beginning to end, Wonder of You just stood in place, as if it were merely the most natural flow of cause and effect in the universe. What is this? For the first time, fear was present in Ryuk's voice. This is calamity. Light Yagami murmured to himself. He finally understood the meaning of what Joe John had said. As long as someone investigates or harbors ill will, they will encounter misfortune. This wasn't a simple offensive ability, but a kind of absolute defense. Any attempt to approach, investigate, or harm would trigger uncontrollable karmic retribution. Powerful. A surge of excitement rose within him. This was the kind of power a deity should possess. But a moment later, Light Yagami calmed down again. Since Joe-John could give this power, could he also take it back? Light re-evaluated the Joe-John before him. This person's goal could never be just to observe. If he could give me a stand, he must be a stand user himself. In that case, could he also see Ryak and possess a death note? If he tried to use the notebook or Wonder of You to attack him, if it triggered some consequence, no, it was too risky. At least until he completely mastered the nature of this power, he must not act rashly. Sorry for the embarrassing display, Mr. John. Light regained his perfect smile. I still need some time to adapt to this power. Joe-John stood up and straightened his collar. That is only natural. However, I believe that with your intelligence, you will soon be able to use it proficiently. He walked toward the door, turning back to add before leaving. By the way, Light Yagami. Between stand users, there exists a law of mutual attraction. You wouldn't want to expose yourself too early. I understand. Light nodded, watching Joe-John leave the room. Downstairs, Sachiko Yagami saw Joe-John coming down and immediately went to meet him. Mr. John, how was the conversation with Light? It went very smoothly, Joe-John replied with a smile. Light is a very excellent child, and his psychological state is very healthy. You don't need to worry. Footsteps then came from the stairs. Light Yagami walked down from upstairs, his face carrying a glow of regained confidence, a state that even made Sachiko Yagami pause for a moment. She hadn't seen her son show such a confident and spirited smile in a while. Mom, Light's voice carried an undisguisable excitement. Mr. John's psychological counseling skills are truly amazing. I feel like my thoughts are clearer than ever before. Getting into Todai will definitely be no problem. Thinking about how even the Shinigami Ryak was affected by Wonder of You's power just now. He now had plenty of strength and means. Is that so? That's really wonderful. Sachiko Yagami smiled with relief. It seems Mr. John really helped a lot. After seeing Joe-John leave the Yagami household, Light immediately returned to his room and locked the door. The old man named Wonder of You, after informing him that he was a physical type stand, vanished through the wall. In the room, only Light Yagami and the Shinigami Ryak, who had miserably crawled out from the pile of curtains, remained. Light sat back at his desk, looking at the open law books, a frenzied smile curling on his lips. Fate, indeed, favors me. What does it matter how meticulous your reasoning is? Before the power of absolute rules, everything will be in vain. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, L was crouching on his chair in his signature pose. Countless documents were before him, and behind him, the figure of D4C flickered in and out of view. Now, the rules of the chessboard are equal. Across the barrier of space, on the level of fate, the two sensed the existence of their arch-nemesis. Light Yagami spread his arms, as if embracing the new world that was about to descend. L stared at the documents before him, his pale face showing unprecedented focus. Behind them, the figures of Wonder of You and D4C seemed to be staring at each other in a standoff. Across the distant void, the two of them made their respective declarations in their hearts. Victory will surely belong to me, Light Yagami declared in his heart. I shall become the god of the new world. I will definitely win, L thought silently. I must catch you, Kira. Because I am justice. 2. After bidding farewell to Soichiro Yagami, Jay walked out of the gate of the Yagami household. He walked along the sidewalk at a leisurely pace, and a system prompt sounded in his mind. Stand potential detected nearby. Ray Penba, FBI agent. Jay's pace did not change at all. Has L already involved the FBI? This is faster than I anticipated. Not far away, in an inconspicuous black sedan, FBI agent Ray Penba was recording everything with a telephoto lens. Before killing the engine, he followed standard procedure and did three things. Recorded the precise time Jay left the Yagami household, captured the silhouette of Jay's back, and wrote in his notebook. 8:15, psychologist Joe John, after contacting Soichiro Yagami, entered his house for a detailed discussion, and met with suspect Light Yagami alone for over 30 minutes. Left at 9:47. He locked his backup phone in a box, ensuring that even if something happened to him, this intelligence could be found by his colleagues. His gaze inadvertently swept over the direction of the Yagami household. An old man wearing refined black clothing with a bright yellow scarf around his neck was walking slowly along the sidewalk outside the Yagami household. He briefly recorded the old man's physical features, but judged the priority to be lower than Jay, who had just left, and focused his attention on the primary target. He pushed open the car door and followed silently. He had to determine Jay's purpose, judge whether he was an accomplice of the suspect Light Yagami, and then report to L. This was his intuition as a top FBI agent, and his responsibility in the most important case of his career. Just as he took his steps, walking a few paces, and prepared to start tailing, the situation suddenly changed. Bang! An electrical box at the corner of the street suddenly sparked, the street lamp above his head extinguished in response, and the alley entrance plunged into darkness. Immediately after, a piercing cat screech came from beside his feet. A black cat dashed past as if startled, and it happened to trip Ray Penba. Stumbling, the camera in his hand flew out of his grip and crashed onto the ground. He subconsciously reached out to steady himself against the wall, but his hand pressed against a loose billboard. With a creak, the billboard fell from high above, smashing onto the sidewalk and crushing the camera that held the photo records into pieces. The series of accidents set off alarm bells in his heart, yet the true calamity had only just begun. A truck carrying steel bars happened to drive by, and the driver, in order to avoid the black cat crossing the road, jerked the steering wheel. The longest steel bar at the back of the truck slipped its restraints due to inertia, as if defying the laws of physics, and came whistling toward the alley entrance where Ray Penba was hiding. The shadow of death loomed over him. Ray Penba was terrified, but because of his previous stumble, his body was completely unable to make any effective dodge. Yet, it was precisely this terror that made him completely forget the purpose of his pursuit. Clang! At the critical moment, the lethal steel bar hit the fallen billboard and, by sheer luck, was deflected to one side. Finally, with a clang, it struck deep into the cement ground beside Ray Penba, less than 3 centimeters from his eyes. Flying debris grazed his cheek, leaving a bloody streak. Ray Penba went rigid, his back soaked in cold sweat. Not far away, the driver stuck his head out to look at the steel bars still remaining in the back, cursed, "Fool cat," and then slammed on the gas and sped away. That was quite a close call. Mr. Ray Penba, are you all right? A calm voice came from ahead. Ray Penba looked up abruptly, only to see that the man had turned around at some point and was standing at the entrance of the alley watching him, as if he had anticipated all of this. Jay looked at the steel bar that was less than 3 centimeters away from the FBI agent's eyes, confirming his hypothesis in his heart. Just as I thought. Ray Penba's goal was to obtain clues that Light Yagami was Kira by tailing him. In the causality of calamity, the end of this pursuit chain was light, so the judgment of calamity was established. And when he gave up the thought of pursuit at the moment of life and death, the calamity also ceased. Who exactly are you? Ray Penba's voice was trembling, the lingering fear made his throat tighten. His right hand instinctively reached for the holster at his waist, but the next moment he realized that in the face of such supernatural power, drawing his gun was not resistance, but accelerating his own suicide. He forced himself to calm down, suppressing his fear beneath his professional FBI training. How do you know my name? Did you hear it from Soichiro Yagami? He began to fish for information in reverse, trying to extract intel from the other party's response. Jay smiled, not giving a direct answer. A name is just a code, isn't it? What's important is that I can feel your struggle, Mr. Ray Penba. I know you came to a foreign land to hunt down Kira, yet you're like a headless fly. You hate this feeling of powerlessness, don't you? What exactly do you want to say? Do you want to see everything that happened in the past with your own eyes? Jay's voice was full of temptation. Imagine it. You could return to any crime scene and replay it like a video. Watching how Kira made the victims die, all the mysteries will be reenacted before your eyes. Do you want to possess this power? The series of impossible accidents just now had overturned his worldview. Much like the broken windows theory, it forced him to face a terrifying reality: supernatural power is real. And now, this psychologist, labeled as Joe in the headquarters files, was about to give him a supernatural power. Ray Penba's brain raced. If Jay could sell this power to him, had he made the same deal with Light Yagami? That inexplicable killing method of Kira's before, could it stem from this kind of deal? He felt he had touched the core truth of the case, and a chill ran down his spine. Is this how you operate? Did you propose such a deal to Light Yagami as well? That godlike killing ability of Kira's, did you give it to him? He paused, as if confirming his most terrifying suspicion. Or, are you Kira? As expected of an FBI elite sent to Japan, you've grasped the key point so quickly. But if I were Kira, why would I trade with you? Wouldn't it be more convenient to just kill you? What do you want to do? Jay spread his hands openly. A deal. I give you the power to restore the truth, and I only need to observe how you use it. Current stand for sale. Moody Blues match rate, 88%. Ray Penba stared intently at Jay, then pressed, what if I refuse? But Jay only gave him a smile. There was no need to answer, the steel bar before him had already answered for him. He recalled the scenes from just moments ago, link after link, just like the movie Final Destination he had seen. Accepting the deal itself was part of gathering intelligence. The fact that the other party was willing to give him power meant that he needed him alive. This utility was the key to breaking the deadlock. So, accept this deal, obtain the intelligence, and stay alive. This was the only way out. The hand holding the pistol was trembling. In the last second before making his decision, he thought of his pregnant fiancée, Minamizora Naomi. He had promised her that he would marry her after completing his mission. He could not break his word, and he certainly could not die here. Finally, he squeezed two words through his teeth. I accept. Deal complete. Ray Penba has acquired stand. Moody Blues. Stand points gained. 500. In Ray Penba's field of vision, a strange humanoid silhouette appeared, entirely pink and purple, with a cassette tape slot and timecode on its forehead. The final step of the deal is to sign a non-disclosure agreement. Jay's voice pulled him back to reality. Heaven's door. Just as he was in shock, Heaven's door's finger tapped lightly on Ray Penba's forehead. Ray's cheek turned into pages, and Jay quickly picked up a pen and wrote. After acquiring the stand, it will be treated as top secret and will not be shown easily. Cannot harm Jay, cannot trace back and will forget the specific process of acquiring the stand, and cannot reveal any information about Jay to anyone. After finishing all this, Jay stepped back, took a look at Ray Penba who was still slumped on the ground, and the pages on his face that had not yet closed. The backup phone and notebook in the car have records of Joe John. He quickly assessed in his heart, but that is just a clean, fake identity, nothing substantial can be found. On the contrary, if someone investigates along the Joe John trail in the future. He smiled gently, turned around, and disappeared into the darkness of the alley. After waking up, Ray Penba felt like he had had a bizarre, surreal dream. He stood up, instinctively checking his body. The bloody streak on his cheek and the dust on his body reminded him that the encounter just now was incredibly real. He walked back to the car, saw the pile of camera fragments on the ground, and discovered that the cassette inside had also been crushed to pieces. Instinctively summoning Moody Blues, he tried to trace back everything that had just happened. Moody Blues transformed into his own appearance and began to replay. However, all the dialogue had turned into a burst of piercing static, and nothing could be heard clearly. Cannot trace back. He frowned. I remember tailing someone, and then encountering an accident. He shook his head and continued, but I don't remember who it was. Returning to the car, he glanced at the time on the dashboard, 10:27 p.m. He took out his backup notebook and flipped to the record he had written before getting out of the car. 8:15, psychologist Joe John, after contacting Soichiro Yagami, entered his house for a detailed discussion, and met with suspect Light Yagami alone for over 30 minutes. Left at 9:47. As an FBI agent, he immediately realized, from 9:47 to 10:27, a full 40 minutes, his memories of the pursuit had all vanished. His gaze turned to the second floor of the Yagami household. The window belonging to Light Yagami had its light on, and he stared at that window for a long time. Moody Blues. He whispered the name, closed the notebook, and locked it into the glove box on the passenger side. It was late, he could only temporarily put today's surveillance plan to the back of his mind, took a deep breath, and drove the car into the flow of traffic in the deep Tokyo night. Late at night, an apartment in Tokyo. The sound of a key inserting into a lock echoed through the silent corridor. Ray Penba pushed open the door. Only a single floor lamp in the living room was lit, casting a warm yellow light across the floor. I'm back. As the adrenaline receded, the emotions from everything he had experienced tonight came flooding back. He felt his entire body grow heavy, and his legs felt a bit weak. He walked into the living room and slumped into the armchair in front of the sofa, resting the back of his head against the chair, closing his eyes, and letting out a heavy sigh. Footsteps approached from the direction of the bedroom. You're back, Ray. Minamizora Naomi appeared at the living room doorway, wearing a loose housecoat, her jet black hair cascading over her shoulders. She walked over, slid the trench coat off his shoulders, and draped it over the back of the nearby chair. Then, she noticed the injury on Ray Penba's face. On his right cheek, a long, thin wound ran diagonally from his cheekbone to his jawline. Its edges were jagged, and a dark red scab had already formed. What happened to you? Honey. Ray Penba looked at his fiancée. It's nothing, I just took a fall. Sigh, she sighed, her voice filled with heartache. Don't move. She stood up to get the first aid kit from the bathroom and knelt before him again. When the alcohol-soaked cotton ball pressed against the wound, Ray Penba hissed and instinctively tried to turn his head away. Bear with it. Her voice was calm, but the fingers holding his chin applied slight pressure, preventing him from turning away. While disinfecting, her gaze had already completed its first round of analysis on the wound. The wound is about 2 to 3 millimeters deep, with irregular edges. As she used tweezers to pull out a tiny fragment of stone embedded in the skin, she spoke unconsciously, her tone switching to a calm, professional cadence. The fragment is made of concrete and gravel. There are slight singe marks around the wound surface, which are friction burns caused by a high-speed impact. She placed the fragment on the cotton ball and squinted to examine it for a second. This kind of wound is caused by high-speed flying debris. Ray, this gash on your face wasn't caused by a fall at all. She looked up, her ink-black eyes staring directly at him. Something exploded on the ground right in front of you, and then. She paused, her gaze becoming even sharper, and then the gravel grazed past your face. Silence. Ray Penba looked at the woman before him. A former ace agent of the FBI's Action Group, an investigator directly under L, she had personally ended the Los Angeles BB murder cases. Even though she had been away from the front lines for over half a year, those eyes could still reconstruct an accident scene from a single wound within seconds. It was just a minor accident, I didn't want you to worry. He reached out and grasped the wrist of the hand she was using to apply medicine, forcing a light tone. You know the old districts of Tokyo, how poor the building maintenance is. A billboard came loose and happened to fall right next to me. Minamizora Naomi didn't say a word. She continued silently applying a bandage for him, but Ray Penba could feel the pressure in her fingertips change. That was her signal of disbelief. A billboard, she repeated, her tone flat, devoid of emotion. Yeah. Debris splash from a falling billboard, causing a facial wound. Exactly. Since you were dispatched to Japan, your area of activity has been the residential districts in the east of the city. The maximum hanging height for commercial billboards in that area is 4 meters. She stood up and closed the first aid kit, her voice emotionless. According to the speed of a free fall from 4 meters, the splash radius of gravel fragments is at most 1.5 meters. The angle of incidence for this wound on your face is nearly horizontal. Naomi. Ray Penba interrupted her. He looked up at her, a softness emerging in his weary eyes. You were indeed a very outstanding agent in the FBI. Ray Penba reached out to cover the back of her hand. But because we are having a child and we're preparing to get married, you agreed to resign from field duty for me. His gaze fell on her abdomen, which was not yet showing. You are no longer an agent. You promised me you wouldn't get involved in the Kira case. For your own safety, for our child Sake. What happened tonight? I don't want you to know too much. It's not that I don't trust you, but the more you know, the more dangerous it is. This time, it's unlike any previous case. The room was silent for quite a while. Minamizora Naomi stood there, still clutching the roll of unused medical tape in her hand. Then, she gently crouched down, wrapping her arms around his neck and burying her face in the crook of his shoulder. I'm sorry. Her voice was muffled. I know, Ray. My professional habits kicked in again. Ray Penba was silent for a second, then raised his arms to embrace her back. I'm sorry too. Once this mission is over, I'll get a promotion, and I'll apply for a transfer to Japan, he whispered in her ear. This is the last time. Minamizora Naomi didn't answer, she just tightened her arms around him. From an angle she couldn't see, Ray Penba's gaze went over her shoulder, looking out at the brilliantly lit night view of Tokyo. Saturday at noon, it should have been a pleasant weekend. The midday news was playing on the television. Next is a piece of news from the medical world regarding the position of director of the University of Tokyo Hospital, which was recently vacant due to an accident. It was confirmed today that Satoru Akifu, a veteran in the medical field, will take over. The 89-year-old director Akifu stated in his speech that he will be committed to promoting transparency in the medical system. A photo appeared on the screen, the back of an old man. Dressed in a black suit and wearing a bowler hat, the slightly hunched figure of the old man was walking into the venue with a cane. Sachiko Yagami, who was drinking tea at the dining table, sighed. To become director at the ripe age of 89, he's truly a remarkable old gentleman. Light, if you get into the University of Tokyo in the future, you might even meet this director. Light Yagami put down his teacup, his eyes fixed on the television screen. Even though it was only a back view, that pitch-black cane and suit were identical to the stand, wonder of you, that had appeared in his room last night. Satoru Akifu. Light's eyes trembled as he chanted the name in his heart. The power Jay had bestowed upon him actually had a real social identity in the physical world, and one of this caliber. He truly is remarkable, Mom. Light Yagami showed a perfect smile, stood up, and put on his jacket. I'm meeting a classmate at the library, so I won't be back for lunch. Be careful on the road, Light. The moment he stepped out of the house, Light Yagami's expression turned cold. He didn't go to the library, instead, he headed toward the bustling downtown area. He could feel a strange flow of causal perception swirling around him. Ever since obtaining Wonder of You, his perception of causality and calamity had become exceptionally sensitive. An indescribable awareness had been following him. He realized someone was tracking him. By a vending machine across the street, a man in a trench coat with his hat pulled low was pretending to read a newspaper. Although Light didn't know the man's name, he remembered the silhouette that had flashed past his window earlier. Has L started to suspect the police? Light sneered in his heart, but he suddenly thought of Wonder of U's law of calamity. Anyone who harbored the intent to investigate or held hostility toward him would encounter uncontrollable misfortune. Last night, Ryak had merely tried to touch Wonder of U out of curiosity and suffered a series of absurd chain reaction accidents. So, what would an FBI agent, whose purpose was to arrest him, encounter in the process of continuously tracking him? Light could foresee the answer. But it was precisely this answer that made him calmly realize a fatal problem. This is a double-edged sword, he judged in his mind. If this FBI agent suddenly met with an accident while tailing him, whether injured or dead, what would that mean within L's framework of reasoning? L had already listed him as a suspect, so this would undoubtedly confirm the suspicion that he was Kira. Meanwhile, Ray Penba followed Light Yagami closely, his palms drenched in cold sweat. Just now, he had seen something following beside Light Yagami. It had blue-purple skin, massive wings on its back, and distorted features. What is that? Is that also a stand? Ray Penba's heart rate accelerated sharply. As a stand user, he now possessed the ability to see spiritual manifestations. He watched as the monster talked and laughed at Light Yagami. Although Light didn't respond, his walking posture was entirely that of someone accustomed to it. This was enough to explain everything. He instinctively used his backup hidden camera to snap a photo of Light Yagami, but the playback only showed Light Yagami walking alone. The monster hadn't been captured by the lens at all. He desperately wanted to call L and report, "There's a winged monster following Light Yagami." But he immediately restrained himself. No court would ever accept such testimony. L might believe in supernatural forces, but where was the evidence? Without video material or a logical chain, relying solely on his vision would only make him look like a madman. I need a replay, Ray Penba thought, gritting his teeth. He watched as Light Yagami walked into a crowded shopping mall. He's out now, and according to the surveillance habits, his mother will go out to buy groceries at noon. Ray Penba recalled the notes in his notebook from last night. As long as he could slip into Light Yagami's room and activate Moody Blues, he could make everything in that room rewind and reappear, seeing all the details with his own eyes. When the stand was activated, it would become a physical entity and sounds would manifest. He could record all the conversations in the room. This was a rare opportunity. Ray Penba made up his mind and turned back. He did not know that the moment the thought of sneaking into Light Yagami's room arose, calamity had already locked onto him. The central hall on the first floor of the mall was teeming with people. Weekend noon was the peak of foot traffic. Light Yagami walked into the hall with a steady, unhurried pace, looking like nothing more than an ordinary high school student out shopping for the weekend. He stopped at the entrance of a bookstore, casually picking up a legal journal to flip through. His peripheral vision swept across the reflection in the glass window. Across the street, the man in the trench coat with the lowered hat brim was gone. He's gone. Light narrowed his eyes slightly. The other party had withdrawn on their own initiative instead of following him into the mall. This wasn't how an agent on a tailing mission should act. Hey! Light! Ryak floated behind him, his massive wings passing through an oblivious passerby, a look of utter boredom on his face. I want to eat an PLE. Ryak exaggeratedly craned his neck, bringing his face close to Light's ear and drawing out his voice. There's bound to be a fruit shop in the mall next door, right? Just buy me one. Just one. Light didn't respond. He continued to flip a page of the journal, but his mind was racing through another matter. The stalker had left. What did that mean? Had he gone back to report, or had he moved to another surveillance point? Regardless of the case, the urgent priority was that this person must not die from a calamity near his own home. The causality calamity of Wonder of U was triggered automatically. He had no way to turn the ability off. As long as the other party continued to harbor the intent to investigate Kira and approached him, misfortune would continuously accumulate and escalate until. Hey, Light. Ryak scratched the back of his head, his eyes suddenly darting around. His usual laziness and smirking were gone, replaced by a rare sense of seriousness. There's something I should tell you, Ryak said with uncharacteristic gravity. Once I'm done, you buy me an apple, deal? Light remained non-committal. That thing, the guy who was just tailing you. When I looked back, he saw me. Light's fingers flipping the journal paused. He signaled Ryak with his eyes to continue. That feeling of being watched, we Shinigami are very sensitive to it. The feeling of being seen through is truly uncomfortable. Ryak extended a long finger to scratch his cheek, thought for a moment, and added. How should I describe that feeling? It's just like that person from that night. What did you call him? Jojo. Ryak tilted his head as if savoring that discomfort again. Humans aren't supposed to be able to see a Shinigami unless they've touched a death note. But those two, even though they clearly haven't touched the note, can see me. Ryak shrugged. It's truly a strange thing. The bookstore music happened to change tracks at that very second, and all the human voices in the mall suddenly felt distant. Light Yagami's senses seemed to stretch out abruptly. Images of the night Jay came surfaced. The moment Jay stepped into the room, his gaze had swept directly over Ryak. Light had noticed that abnormal detail at the time, but Jay had immediately exposed the existence of the death note, so Light naturally attributed Jay's spiritual vision to some possibility of having contacted a note. It wasn't until later that he specifically confirmed with Ryak, only those who have touched the corresponding death note can see the Shinigami bound to it. That agent couldn't possibly have touched his note. To be able to see Ryak, there was only one answer, the man tailing him was a stand user. As for who gave him his stand, almost no deduction was required. When Jay left, he had said, there is a law of mutual attraction between stand users. Light had always thought that was just an abstract piece of advice, but now he understood that there were actually other stand users. His thoughts circled back to the initial point of suspicion, the timing of the other party's departure. An ordinary FBI agent who sees a target enter a mall should follow them inside to continue surveillance, as crowds make for better concealment. Instead, he had left. But what would an FBI agent with stand abilities do if he found the target had left and no one was home? He would go to my room. Light's thumb unconsciously rubbed back and forth along the corner of the journal page, the paper making a faint rustling sound. A mother with a child walked past him after picking out a book. The string of the boy's balloon brushed against his shoulder, but Light didn't even lift an eyelid. Today was Saturday. Mom would go out for groceries at noon, his sister had club activities, and Dad was working overtime at the Metropolitan Police Department. The moment I left the house was his signal to act. And in my room, the death note is still there. Jay had given him a stand to compensate for his weaknesses. By the same logic, Jay had also given that agent a stand, and it must have been a match tailored to his essential needs. What is the essence of an agent? It is investigation, tracking, and reconstructing the truth from minute clues. Then the stand Jay gave him is most likely some kind of stand that enhances investigative abilities, capable of obtaining information unreachable by conventional means. Although Light didn't know the specific ability of that stand, as long as it was related to reconstructing past events, even if it could only reconstruct 1% of the fragments, everything would be over. The hiding place of the note itself wasn't the key was that everything that had happened in his room could become admissible evidence. Hey, did Light forget something? The apple, Ryak said, bringing his mouth to Light's ear as one hand waved in front of him. The mall's overhead broadcast rang out, announcing limited-time discounts in standard Japanese. Light Yagami's thoughts were pulled back to reality. Fine, I get it, Light interrupted Ryak in a flat tone. He put the journal back on the shelf and turned to walk toward the fruit section on the first floor. Ryak froze for a moment, then grinned to reveal a mouthful of sharp teeth. He flapped his wings a couple of times to follow. Hey, really? Light didn't pay him any more mind. He picked up a bright red apple at the fruit stall. His gaze swept over Ryek's shoulder toward the mall exit. Go back immediately. No, that would be too deliberate. But he couldn't pin all his hopes on the calamity. He handed the apple to the clerk to pay, while simultaneously picking up his phone to dial his mother's number. Ray Penba detoured along the alleys of the residential area, deliberately avoiding all visible surveillance cameras on the main roads. For a journey of 3 blocks, he walked nearly double the distance. The Yagami household residence appeared at the end of his field of vision. The noon sun cast very short shadows from the houses. The surroundings were so quiet that only the occasional sound of a distant car engine remained. Ray Penba stopped by a utility pole across the street. Using his peripheral vision, he confirmed there were no cars at the entrance, the curtains were half drawn, and there was no sign of anyone being home. Having confirmed this, he stepped toward the Yagami household. The moment he crossed the road and stepped onto a manhole cover, a dull thud suddenly erupted from beneath his feet. What? A manhole cover suddenly popped up from under his feet, the cast iron disc spinning as it lunged straight for his lower body. Ray Penba's body reacted faster than his consciousness. Moody Blues. ZZZZT. Beep. The stand emerged from his side, its deep purple fist smashing into the manhole cover. With a dull metallic impact, the cast iron lid was knocked off course, spinning and crashing into a wall 3 meters away, sending brick and stone fragments flying. The stand's destructive power wasn't particularly strong, but it was more than enough to block a manhole cover. Even so, the edge of the cast iron had grazed his shinbone the moment it popped up. Sharp pain flared. Ray Penba stumbled a couple of steps, one knee nearly hitting the ground. Looking down, his pant leg had been torn open, and the front of his shin was bruised purple. Fortunately, though the skin was broken, there was no fracture. Again, the deadly chain of disasters from last night flashed through his mind. First the rebar, then the billboard falling from overhead, one nonsensical accident after another, always happening exactly at the critical moment he was about to act. Moody Blues retracted its fist and silently retreated to his side. He glanced at the Moody Blues beside him. If not for the stand just now, that manhole cover would have hit his knee directly, instantly crippling his ability to move. There was no time for hesitation. He stood up and continued forward. Just as he reached the gate of the Yagami household, a sharp sound of metal grinding came from above. The drainpipe joint under the eaves suddenly burst, and a half-meter-long section of aluminum alloy pipe fell straight down, aimed at the top of his head. Ray Penba heard the strange noise and made an immediate judgment. If he let the metal hit the concrete, the sound would be enough to attract the neighbors' attention. Furthermore, a section of pipe with a broken end lying on the ground would allow any member of the Yagami family to notice something was wrong upon their return. Moody Blues, hands immediately reached upward, aiming for the falling trajectory. However, just as it was about to touch the pipe, the section of pipe suddenly accelerated. Moody Blues, hands caught the pipe, but the impact, far exceeding expectations, forced the stand's arms down. The sharp edge of the pipe's broken end scraped across the outer side of the stand's right forearm, tearing a gash over 10 centimeters long. As the stand was injured, the user's blood immediately flowed down his wrist, dripping onto the concrete in front of the Yagami household gate. Ray Penba gritted his teeth, swallowing the cry of pain that was about to escape his throat. After the violent shock, Moody Blues steadied the pipe and set it down silently. He could only use his left hand to quickly pull a handkerchief from his pocket and wrap the wound on his right arm. He scanned the surroundings and stuffed the pipe deep into the bushes outside the courtyard wall. Looking down at the ground, a few drops of blood had fallen onto the light gray steps, looking particularly striking. He ground them down with the sole of his shoe, rubbing repeatedly until the blood became a blurred dark stain, blending in with the old grime on the pavement. His breathing couldn't help but quicken, his back completely soaked in cold sweat. The wound on his right arm continued to seep blood under the handkerchief, sending waves of burning pain. Calm down, calm down. Ray Penba forced himself to adjust his breathing rhythm. These accidents were definitely not coincidences, he was certain of it now. But he was equally certain that he could not back down. If Light Yagami really was Kira, the more densely these accidents tried to stop him, the more it proved that there must be decisive evidence hidden in that room. Ray Penba stood before the Yagami household, pulling a standard FBI miniature lockpicking tool from the inner pocket of his trench coat with his left hand. He tried to coordinate with his right hand, but as soon as his fingers gripped the tool, a tearing sting shot through the wound under the handkerchief, causing his entire forearm to tremble. No good, I have to let my stand pick the lock for me. Lockpicking required both hands to operate simultaneously, one to maintain tension and the other to manipulate the pins in the keyhole one by one. He handed the tool to his stand. Moody Blues took it without hesitation and inserted it directly into the lock cylinder. The left hand inserted the tension wrench to apply rotational force, while the right hand's pick manipulated the pins one by one. Click. After a short moment, the door lock opened. Ray Penba pushed the door open with his left hand and entered, with Moody Blues following closely behind, silently closing the door after him. Inside the entryway, he scanned the surroundings warily, then crouched down, letting his stand help him put on the disposable shoe covers he had taken from his pocket, all to avoid leaving any footprints. During this brief moment of respite, his mind did not stop working. The popping manhole cover, the overhead pipe that had burst and accelerated its fall, tracing back to the previous accidents. Ray Penba narrowed his eyes, beginning to re-evaluate the trigger conditions. Last night, the chain of accidents occurred when he had the thought of tracking Kira's suspects. Today, when he set foot on the path to the Yagami household, calamity struck again. What was the commonality? Was it the thought of tracking Light Yagami itself? Once the intent became clear and specific enough, would the accident be triggered? And once Moody Blues began its replay, it could not be cancelled halfway. During the duration of the replay, he would be completely unable to rely on his stand to deal with any accidents. Therefore, before activating his stand, he had to ensure the surrounding environment was safe. Tap, tap, tap. He moved silently up the stairs, each step landing on the edge of the tread where it would bear the least weight. He tried as much as possible to shift his thoughts from investigation to the simple action of walking, attempting to suppress his intent to track to the absolute minimum. He made it all the way to the second-floor hallway. When no more accidents were triggered, Ray Penba did not relax. Instead, he grew more suspicious. The two calamities outside, the cast iron manhole cover and the aluminum alloy pipe, were forceful enough to cripple him, all just to make him give up the investigation. Now that he had gone deep into the target's residence and his intent to investigate was clearer than ever, why had the accident stopped? Light Yagami's room was the second one on the right, and the door was not locked. Why? It's illogical. How did I reach his room so smoothly? Ray Penba pushed the door open and walked in. It was a high schooler's room, tidy to the point of being obsessive-compulsive. Law textbooks on the shelf were arranged by publication year, and the desk held only a lamp, a pen holder, and an open law book. It was too clean. So clean it seemed deliberately and meticulously arranged. Every item was lined up perfectly, which also meant that moving anything here would be immediately noticed. Ray Penba closed the bedroom door. He took out a miniature voice recorder and a button-sized pinhole camera from his trench coat's inner pocket. He clipped the recorder to his chest pocket and used a magnetic base to fix the camera onto the metal bracket on the side of the bookshelf, aiming the lens at the center of the room. Everything was ready. Standing in the middle of the room, he took a deep breath and activated his stand. Moody Blues manifested beside him, its purple body featuring tape-like timestamp digits on its forehead. Replay everything that happened in this room starting from 2100 last night. The stand's body began to transform. The patterns on its surface began to flow and reorganize, its torso elongated, limb proportions changed, and its hair grew from short to long, shifting from deep purple to brown before it quickly walked to the desk. The image froze. Moody Blues had taken on the form of Light Yagami. From the hair to the shirt, from height to posture, every detail was precisely restored, only the ticking timestamp on its forehead indicated it wasn't the real person. This, Light Yagami, sat at the desk with his back to Ray Penba, holding an invisible pen and beginning to write rapidly in the air. Simultaneously, sounds began to fill the room as if a video's play button had been pressed. The timestamp showed 21 hours 0 minutes and 0 seconds. Ray Penba then began to fast forward. The Light Yagami in the replay moved with jerky, rapid motions, his pen-holding hand twitching frantically, and his body swaying slightly. The timestamp digits skipped rapidly. 2103, 2107, 2111. It stopped steadily at 2117. Then, knock, knock. A clear knocking sound rang out, as if someone were truly standing outside that door. Come in. The voice was low and polite, coming from the Light Yagami, sitting at the desk, who then put down the pen in his hand and turned his head. And you are. Faced with the suddenly opened door, the Light Yagami in the replay showed a very subtle glint of scrutiny in his eyes before revealing a perfect smile. Ray Penba noticed this detail and couldn't help but be surprised by how seamless Light Yagami's facade was. Then, the voice of the mysterious visitor came from the replay, calm and penetrating. A decaying world is undergoing a righteous cleansing. The law cannot punish true evil, so. Ray Penba held his breath, confirming that the recorder and camera were both working, their red indicator lights blinking steadily. Just then, the sound of a door opening came from downstairs. The clink of a key turning the lock was exceptionally clear in the quiet house, followed by the entryway door being pushed open, and then a woman's voice. Light is such a careless child, he actually forgot to turn off the desk lamp and close the window. He said the window was unlocked, and the wind is quite strong today. Light even said he was afraid his materials would be blown into a mess. Sachiko's self-muttering came from downstairs, accompanied by the rustling sound of changing shoes. Crap. Ray Penba cursed silently, feeling that the other party's arrival was far too coincidental. It was Sachiko Yagami. Wasn't she supposed to have gone out for groceries? It was just past noon. According to his surveillance records from the previous days, she went out at 12:30 every week and wouldn't return for at least an hour. Footsteps began to head upstairs. 1 step, 2 steps, 3, the wooden stairs gave a faint creak, each sound feeling like it was stepping on Ray Penba's nerves. He spun around toward Moody Blues. The stand was fully immersed in the replay state, having taken the form of Light Yagami and sitting at the desk, faithfully reenacting last night's scene. The dialogue in the replay continued, with the stranger's voice saying something about gods and judgment. Once a replay started, it could not be interrupted halfway. This was the ironclad rule of Moody Blues. During the replay process, the stand would become fully materialized, occupying real physical space and emitting real sound until the replay cycle ended. And now, a materialized Light Yagami was sitting in this room, with the dialogue of 2 people coming from his mouth. If Sachiko Yagami pushed the door open, she would see her son talking to someone who didn't exist. Ray Penba made a decision within 3 seconds. He could only force the Moody Blues replay to reverse. The scene began to run backward. Light Yagami's movements suddenly reversed, the dialogue turned into backward murmurs, the pen tip lifted from the paper, and his body turned back toward the desk. 2115, 2108, and finally stopped at 2100. At this point in time, Light Yagami was sitting alone at his desk, quietly writing something, with no visitors and no dialogue. Ray Penba placed a fountain pen into the hand of the Moody Blues replay entity and then placed a blank sheet of paper in front of it. The replay entity's fingers naturally gripped the pen, in the exact posture Light Yagami had at 2100, it began to write on the white paper Ray Penba had laid out on the desk. Having done all this, he moved silently to the blind spot by the wardrobe next to the door, pressing himself into the narrow gap between the wardrobe and the wall. Footsteps reached the door. The door handle was pressed down, and then the door was pushed open. Sachiko Yagami stood at the door and saw the scene in the room. Her son was sitting upright at the desk, head bowed, pen in hand, quietly writing something. Light. That's strange. Sachiko leaned against the doorframe, her tone carrying confusion and amusement. Didn't you just call me to come back and help you close the window? You said you were at the mall and couldn't make it back, why are you sitting here yourself? Moody Blues did not respond. It wouldn't respond, it was merely faithfully replaying the images from last night. This silence was conveniently interpreted by Sachiko as something else. Studying so hard, she sighed softly. Never mind. Since the window is already closed, you go ahead and study well. Mom won't disturb you. She straightened up, glanced at her son's profile, shook her head, and turned to walk out of the room. The door was gently pulled shut. Footsteps descended the stairs, getting further and further away, until they were finally drowned out by the sound of the kitchen faucet on the first floor. Phew. Ray Penba silently edged out from the gap in the wardrobe, his back completely soaked in cold sweat. He could feel the handkerchief on his right arm was completely saturated, the fabric clinging to his skin with a crimson warmth. His gaze fell back onto Moody Blues at the desk. Moody Blues, currently in the form of Light Yagami, was sitting upright at the desk, writing something on the white paper. The pen tip moved smoothly across the paper as names were written down one after another in a tidy hand. Ray Penba leaned in closer. As his gaze fell upon those lines of text, his pupils dilated at a visible rate. Kuro Otoharada, cause of death, heart attack. Person, cause of death, heart attack. Names continued to increase on the white paper. Moody Blues continued to write with Light Yagami's gestures, line after line, each name followed by a different cause of death. Kuro Otoharada, person. He recognized these names, they were all vicious criminals who had died suddenly during yesterday's live television broadcast. The official reports listed the cause of death for all of them as sudden heart failure, and they were included in the list of Kira's judgments. Ray Penba felt that this was enough, there was no need to continue the replay. This paper itself was ironclad evidence. Light Yagami was Kira. He had written down the victims' names and causes of death before they were killed. He fast-forwarded the replay. The remaining content flashed before his eyes like a revolving lantern. The timestamp jumped to 21:57, stopped, and reset to 0. Within half a minute, Moody Blues retracted to Ray Penba's side, returning to its original deep purple form. On the desk, that white sheet of paper lay there, the ink still wet. Ray Penba carefully folded the paper in half with his left hand and tucked it into a waterproof compartment in the inner pocket of his trench coat. He removed the pinhole camera from the side of the bookshelf, retrieved the recording pen, and restored everything to its original state. The pen holder, the desk lamp, the open law book on the desk, he compared them one by one with the image in his memory from when he entered, ensuring the position of every item was exactly right. Downstairs, Sachiko Yagami's footsteps moved from the kitchen to the living room. The television was turned on, and the sound of a midday soap opera drifted up. Ray Penba walked to the window. He looked down. The window faced the backyard, with a small patch of soft lawn below. Beyond that was a wall less than 2 meters high, and on the other side of the wall was the side alley of the neighboring house. Despite his injury, this height was nothing for a professionally trained FBI agent. He climbed out the window, gripping the sill with his left hand as he slid down the outer wall. Upon landing, he bent his knees to absorb the impact, his soles landing firmly on the grass with almost no sound. He vaulted over the wall. The side alley was empty. The midday sun cast a long, narrow shadow between the two houses, and he walked quickly along it. Passing through the alley, he turned into a path behind the residential area, then circled around 2 blocks to avoid cameras on the main road, eventually merging into an ordinary street leading toward the station. No accidents occurred along the way. The sun shone warmly on his shoulders. There were sparse pedestrians around and cars parked by the roadside. Everything was so peaceful it felt almost surreal. Ray Penba did not lower his guard, but as the distance from the Yagami household grew, 300 meters, 1 kilometer, several kilometers, the choking sensation, like a lump in his throat, gradually diminished. The wound on his right arm was no longer actively bleeding. The makeshift bandage made from a handkerchief had managed to stop the flow. Find a fax machine first. His plan was clear. Find a public fax machine at a convenience store or business hotel and transmit this paper to the secure line designated by L. The physical evidence combined with the recording would be enough for L to initiate the next step. He continued along the street, passing a small neighborhood park. In the afternoon park, there were only a few families with children and elderly people dozing on benches. A little boy in a blue tracksuit was standing under a ginkgo tree at the edge of the park, tilting his head back and standing on tiptoe to reach for something in the branches. Please, come down quickly. The boy's voice had a nasal quality, as if he were about to cry. A soccer ball was stuck in a fork of the branches about 3 meters high, firmly wedged in. The little boy reached for the ball with a stick and jumped several times, but he couldn't even touch the surface of the ball. His sneakers left several deep footprints in the mud. Ray Penba glanced over, but his pace did not slow. He walked along the path at the edge of the park, his eyes scanning the surroundings to confirm if he was being followed, his thoughts still fixed on the location of a fax machine. Mister. The boy turned his head, catching his eye. He had short black hair and looked to be about 4 or 5 years old. His eyes were red-rimmed, and the blue tracksuit hung loosely on his thin frame. Mister, can you help me get the ball down? The boy ran to the iron fence and looked up at him through the bars. I can't reach it myself. I've been trying for a long time. Ray Penba stopped in his tracks. He should have just said sorry, mentioned he was in a hurry, and kept walking. Logic commanded him to do so as well. Every extra second he stayed increased the risk. But at that moment, Naomi's face appeared in his mind. After she had treated his wound last night, she said, if it's a boy, I hope he's as brave as you. Ray Penba looked down at his right hand. The handkerchief had been soaked to a deep brown by blood, but he still had moody blues. Moody blues. The stand manifested silently at his side. Its arm reached toward the tree fork, hooked one side of the soccer ball, and with a gentle flick, the ball fell from the branches. From the little boy's perspective, he only saw the ball that had been stuck for so long suddenly fall from the tree on its own, rolling steadily to his feet. The boy blinked, then suddenly scooped up the ball and turned to see Ray Penba standing a few steps away. The boy's eyes lit up. Mister, did you get it down? Ray Penba didn't deny it, he just gave a slight smile. Mister, you're amazing. The boy ran up to him clutching the ball, looking up with big eyes full of admiration. The ball fell down without you even touching it. Are you a magician? Something like that. He used his still functional left hand to ruffle the boy's hair, feeling the softness beneath his palm. It suddenly occurred to him that if all went well, in 7 months, he would be able to touch his own child's head like this. Mister, what happened to your arm? The boy tilted his head, looking at his right arm wrapped in the handkerchief. I accidentally hurt it, Ray Penba said. Go play soccer, and be careful not to kick it into a tree again. The boy ran a few steps with the ball, then suddenly turned back and waved at him vigorously. Goodbye, mister. Thank you. Ray Penba smiled and raised his left hand in response to the wave. But the moment he turned around, the streetlight at the edge of the park collapsed. The concrete base of the streetlight had long since cracked, and the welds had rusted through until only a thin layer of iron held the structure together. A truck ran over the curb, sending vibrations through the ground into the base. The cracks at the deepest point of the corrosion, long neglected, finally snapped. All the accumulation converged at this single moment. The lamppost snapped with a roar. The several-meter-long metal pole pivoted forward from the break at its base, its tip plummeting toward Ray Penba. It struck Ray Penba squarely in the chest, entering from the front and exiting through his back. There was no surveillance nearby. The neighborhood park's streetlight was the only nighttime lighting for the area. The nearest functional camera was at the entrance of a convenience store 200 meters away. PFF'd. Ray Penba looked down and spat out a mouthful of blood. He saw the lamppost protruding from the middle of his chest, its metal edges carrying fragments of his ribs and lung tissue. The puncture was to the left of his heart, tearing a circular hole through his chest. His strength had completely failed him, only his brain had a few final seconds of oxygen left. The recording pen in his breast pocket was skewered and crushed into fragments by the iron pole, and the motherboard of the miniature camera was similarly pulverized by the force of the impact, its electronic components scattering and staining in the pool of blood. Ray Penba could no longer feel pain. All he felt was a cool breeze. An unannounced gust of wind blew from the end of the street, passing through the ginkgo trees in the park and swirling up a few fallen leaves. It also swept away the folded white paper that had slipped from the inner pocket of his trench coat. Carried by the air current, the paper tumbled over the benches and bushes before finally falling into the gap of an iron grate in a drainage ditch at the corner of the park, sliding into the depths of the culvert. Ray Penba's gaze followed the direction of the paper, but his eyes could no longer move. His vision began to blur and contract, the world turning into a shrinking circle of light. The final image within that circle was the little boy in the blue tracksuit running away with his back to him, clutching the soccer ball, with the sunlight hitting his back. Naomi. His lips moved, but no sound came out. Moody Blues. Figure slumped onto the ground just as he did, its outline beginning to crack and then dissipating frame by frame. Ray Penba's hand dropped. The silver ring on the ring finger of his left hand caught a glint of the afternoon sun. Ray Penba, confirmed deceased. Inside a certain cafe. Jay sat in a window seat, an empty iced Americano before him, fine droplets of condensation clinging to the glass. A system notification chimed in his mind. System notification. Stand user death detected, Ray Penba. Stand Moody Blues has vanished. Stand has been reclaimed. Ray Penba is dead. Jay leaned back against his chair, his gaze falling on an indeterminate point outside the window. The sunlight was just right, and pedestrians on the street hurried along. No one knew that in a neighborhood park over 10 kilometers away, a rusted streetlight had just claimed the life of an FBI agent. I didn't expect this. Jay whispered to himself, his voice drowned out by the grinding noise of the coffee machine. He recalled the scene when he encountered Ray Penba in the alley that day. The look in that man's eyes was one Jay had seen many times, in the eyes of the children who grew up at Whammy's house, and in Elle's eyes. It was the same thing, an obsession for knowledge. And Ray Penba's obsession was the will to pursue the truth, so the system matched him with Moody Blues. How could an agent with playback abilities not investigate when faced with a target like Kira? And investigating Light Yagami meant triggering the calamity of Wonder of You. This was a dead end written from the moment the deal was completed. Jay closed his eyes, and the system records surfaced. Ray Penba's movements before his death were all displayed in the log in the form of data. He saw everything. He saw Ray Penba infiltrating the Yagami household and uncovering enough evidence to convict Kira. He saw him climbing out of a window with injuries, moving unimpeded all the way, until he stopped while passing through that neighborhood park. He stopped to help a little boy get a soccer ball that was stuck in a tree. An FBI agent, hiding evidence that could shake the world in his chest and with a bleeding right arm, stopped during his escape to fetch a ball for a strange child. Then the streetlight fell, the evidence was destroyed, and everything returned to zero. The calamity of causality doesn't care if you are a good person or a bad person, nor does it care if the 30 seconds you stopped for were out of kindness or malice. It only cares about one thing. You investigated, therefore you died. It's as simple as that. This was also why he hadn't erased Light Yagami's memory immediately after the transaction. Sir, would you like a refill? The waitress's voice interrupted his thoughts. Jay looked up and gave a slight smile to the young girl with a ponytail. No, thank you. The girl met his gaze, blushed for some reason, nodded, and quickly left. Jay's gaze fell back onto the system interface. Ray Penba's name had already disappeared from the list of stand users. This news would soon reach L. Given L's personality, he wouldn't accept the conclusion of an accidental death. He would analyze, deduce, and look for inconsistencies in every report and every movement Ray Penba made before his death. At the same time, he thought of another person, Minamizora Naomi. Ray Penba's fiancée and a former FBI agent. L had personally evaluated her deductive reasoning. If she were still on active duty, she would be one of the investigators I'd most want to work with. She probably didn't know yet. Maybe she was preparing lunch in her apartment, maybe she was flipping through a catalog of baby products, or maybe she was standing by the window stroking her belly, thinking of what to name the child. But she would soon find out the cause of Ray Penba's death. And given Minamizora Naomi's personality, she wouldn't just stop after crying. She would investigate, track, and follow Ray Penba's final footsteps one by one. Then she would trace it back to Light Yagami and trigger the calamity. In that case, she would be the next most suitable stand user. He stood up, grabbed his coat from the back of the chair, and walked toward the door. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, L was crouched on his chair in his signature posture, the display screen in front of him shining with a cold white light that reflected on his face. The door was pushed open. Watari walked in carrying coffee, his expression grave. L. Agent Ray Penba, was confirmed dead at 1:47 p.m. today. He placed the coffee on the corner of the table, his voice maintaining its usual steadiness. The cause of death was a puncture wound caused by a broken streetlight in a neighborhood park. The pole pierced through from his chest to his back. Local police have preliminarily ruled it an accident caused by aging municipal infrastructure. The room was silent for a long time. An accident. L repeated the word, his tone so flat that no emotion could be heard. Watari, pull up all of Ray Penba's activity logs from the last 48 hours. Watari turned to operate the terminal, and data was quickly projected onto the main screen. L's gaze swept across the timeline and stopped on one of the records. Joe John entered Soichiro Yagami's residence at 21:57 last night and left after communicating with Light Yagami. L stared at this line of text for a long time. Joe. His thoughts couldn't help but drift back to the chess room at Wami's house, where he once used his right foot to step on a certain hidden compartment in the floor. That was a fallback he left for Watari. A set of Morse code would be transmitted to a designated terminal through a miniature transmitter under the floor. He remembered stepping on it, but that time, what was it for? He turned to look at Watari. Watari, the floor communication device in the Wami's house chess room. When it was last triggered, what was the information at the receiving end? Watari was stunned for a moment. You mean that emergency communication system? It hasn't been used in years. Check it. 10 minutes later, Watari returned with a grave expression. The records show that the device was indeed triggered once. There was only one letter in the received message. Which one? J. L pressed his thumb against his lower lip. J. Joe. A name he had personally sent a warning about, yet he couldn't remember the person's face no matter what. He clearly felt it was important, yet he couldn't grasp it, as if that part of his memory had been erased by someone with an eraser. Could he be Kira? L asked softly, his gaze falling back onto Ray Penba's death report on the screen. Or is Light Yagami the one? No one answered him. There was only the cold light of the display screen and Watari beside him. The shadow behind L fluctuated slightly, and a silhouette appeared in the darkness. D4C. L stood up from his chair, his bare feet stepping on the cold floor, his toes curling slightly. Watari. Yes. I'm going out for a bit. Watari opened his mouth to speak, but L had already turned and walked toward the corner of the room. There was a door leading to the hallway, currently only open a narrow crack. He turned sideways and squeezed into the gap between the door and the frame. What Watari saw was L's body being swallowed by that crack, becoming thin and compressed from the side, until his entire person disappeared within the door gap that was less than 5 centimeters wide. Watari stared at the door gap for a moment, then turned back to the terminal to continue organizing the activity logs. He had long since grown used to it. From L's perspective, he squeezed in sideways, and the world unfolded before his eyes again. Parallel world, London, England. He stood on the sidewalk of Downing Street and looked up to see a massive campaign poster. The poster read, L. Lallier, re-elected as British Prime Minister, protecting Britain's tomorrow. The person on the poster had neatly combed black hair and a sharp, confident gaze. Despite the completely different state, he had a face identical to his own. A giant LED screen was also embedded in the exterior wall of the building, scrolling through campaign news. In the footage, he was wearing a well-tailored dark blue suit with a Union Jack draped over his shoulders. His posture was upright and his gaze steady, making him look like a completely different person from L's usual self. A campaign slogan was also printed at the bottom in a solemn, gold-stamped font. My heart and actions are utterly unclouded. They are all those of justice. L stared at that line of text for a while, blinking his eyes. The version of himself in this world was quite flamboyant. L looked down at his loose white long-sleeved shirt and bare feet, his toes stepping on the damp, cold stone pavement of London. Interesting. He began to observe this world, discovering that the intelligence network, political structure, and crime patterns here were completely different from his own world. The concept of Kira didn't exist here at all. But what he needed wasn't a version of himself who had become prime minister, but a version of himself who was also investigating Kira. He didn't stay long. He pulled a forgotten gray scarf from a street bench and casually tossed it over his head. His stand ability activated, and then his vision folded, compressed, and reorganized once again. L stood up again, his feet on a carpet, and looked around. The same multi-screen monitoring array, the same data terminal, but someone was sitting in the seat. And the screen was displaying real-time footage of Light Yagami's room. L took a step forward, and the person in the swivel chair turned around. It was a fat version of himself. Creak. The L of this world sat in the chair in his signature crouching posture, but due to his weight, the metal frame let out a worrying sound. His white long-sleeved t-shirt was stretched tight, his belly protruding like a large stomach bag. He held a whole cheesecake in his hands and was stuffing large mouthfuls into his mouth. Fat L stopped chewing. Cake crumbs fell from the corner of his mouth, landing on the bulge of his t-shirt's belly. He tilted his head and pointed his fork at the uninvited guest. Who are you? After a pause, his gaze swept up and down. You look quite a bit like how I did when I was thin. L looked down at himself, then looked back up at the other's identical, bursting t-shirt. I am you when you were thin. That sentence makes me feel offended. Fat L expressionlessly stuffed another bite of cake. I am you from another parallel world. Same name, same identity, also investigating Kira. L's gaze fell on the cheesecake in the other's hand. The difference is, in terms of caloric intake, you clearly eat more than I do. Fat L didn't argue. He stared at him for a moment, stuck the fork back into the cake, and the chair creaked as it turned back toward the screens. The fact that you can appear here is evidence enough, no further explanation is needed. This was a trait shared by the L of any world, the same brilliant rationality. L shifted his gaze to the screens. On the surveillance footage, the Light Yagami of this world was sitting at his desk. Spread out before him was not a law textbook, but a smutty weekly magazine. The explicit photos on the cover were clearly discernible even through the surveillance pixels. Light Yagami's right hand rested on the desk, while his left hand flipped the pages. After flipping for a while, He let out a soft sigh, his voice coming through the speakers via the listening device. Ah, the pressure from studying lately is really getting to be too much. Then, his hand moved away from the desk surface and slowly reached underneath the desk. Both L's fell silent at the same time. Fat L sent the last bite of cake into his mouth, his tone completely flat. If you're here looking for Kira, the light Yagami of this world isn't him. I can see that. In the surveillance footage, Light Yagami had already stuffed the magazine under his bed and was stretching contentedly. An ordinary honor student. Excellent grades, slightly conceited, but nowhere near the level of being dangerous. No motive for murder, no abnormal behavioral patterns. Fat L glanced at the screen. Aside from his slightly vulgar taste, there are no characteristics worth being alert over. L didn't comment on Light Yagami's hobbies, his attention remained anchored on the core issue. Then who is the Kira of this world? Dead. Dead a long time ago. Fat L fished out a cup of pudding from under the desk and peeled off the seal. To be precise, the case was closed before I even intervened in the investigation. Kira, or rather, the person first identified as Kira, died of cardiac arrest. Kira himself died of cardiac arrest. L repeated. Yes. The Kira of this world might be different from what you understand. It's not a specific person, it's closer to a phenomenon. Fat L scooped a spoonful of pudding into his mouth and continued. It was initially classified as a serial murder case, but deeper investigation revealed an extremely irrational pattern. After the first suspect died, the killings did not stop. A second suspect surfaced and died of heart failure in the same way, then a third appeared. Fat L drew a circle in the air with his fork. Passed from one to another, like a relay race. But all suspects had one thing in common. At some point, they had all looked at the back of the previous Kira. Meme infection, L said. More or less. The person standing behind the infected individual gets infected and becomes the next Kira. The previous one then dies of cardiac arrest within hours after the transmission is complete. Every Kira is the successor of the last, and the sacrifice for the next. Fat L tilted his chin toward the screen. Light Yagami is the last person in the chain of transmission to have had close contact with an infected individual. He once stood behind the last Kira on the subway for 4 minutes. According to the laws of transmission, he is the highest risk potential successor. But he hasn't died, nor has he shown any abnormalities. I've been monitoring him for 3 months. The only reason I'm still watching is to confirm whether the chain of infection has ended. L was silent for a few seconds. As expected, the Kira of different worlds was vastly different from his own, offering absolutely no reference value. He filed the information away and then threw out the real question. Do you know someone with the codename J? Fat L's chewing motion paused for a moment. J, there is no murderer with that codename in the investigation network, but there is someone at Whammy's house whose name starts with J. His name is Johann Liebert. This name did not stir any images in L's memory. Tell me about him. That guy is a monster. Fat L rarely went without stuffing food into his mouth between sentences. His overall IQ ranking isn't top tier, but he has one ability that far exceeds everyone else's: manipulating hearts. Most people who have come into contact with him can't even explain why they did what he wanted. He just talks to you, very gently, very sincerely, as if he's the only person in the world who understands you. And then you do exactly what he expects. Looking back later, you even feel like it was your own will. There were several incidents of children killing each other at Whammy's house. Later investigations revealed they were all related to him. He made them suspect each other, making Mello and Near think they were going to be replaced in the rankings. Eventually, Mello even faced off with a knife in the middle of the night. Every time, he stayed out of it perfectly clean, and every time, no evidence of direct intervention could be found. But I know it was him, because I almost fell for it myself back then. And the result? Committed suicide, Fat L said casually. Supposedly, he fell into some kind of existential crisis. He spent his life deconstructing the meaning of his own existence, only to finally reach a conclusion that even he couldn't bear. A man who could manipulate everyone finally discovered he couldn't manipulate the meaning of his own existence. Fortunately, I had this at the time, which prevented the mutual slaughter. Fat L raised his right hand slightly. A stand began to appear. With a pink and blue body and rabbit ear-like headgear, it was the stand D4C. The stand stood silently behind the chair. Fat L noticed that L's gaze was locked precisely onto the stand's position, without the slightest error. You can see it too. D4C, L said calmly. You have one too. L didn't answer directly. Every parallel time version of him could use D4C, but he alone could travel across parallel worlds. After Johann Liebert died, were there any more abnormal incidents at Whammy's house? No, everything returned to normal. L closed his eyes, and all the information finished rearranging itself in his mind. The Johann Liebert of this parallel world was skilled at manipulating hearts, could make people kill each other, and ultimately walked towards self-destruction due to an existential crisis. If the same person in a parallel world made a different choice, then the J of his world, when facing the same existential abyss, must have found some reason to continue existing. What was that reason? Perhaps it was witnessing the choices of others, serving as an anchor for his own existence. Perhaps it was manipulating hearts, ultimately using the observation of others' fates to prove his own existence. It couldn't possibly be just for the sake of having fun, could it? But regardless, this information was enough. L straightened up, his bare feet stepping onto the carpet. You're leaving. Fat L tilted his head to look at him. I have enough of the information I needed. L walked toward a corner of the room. There was a door there with a narrow crack open. He squeezed in sideways, his body beginning to compress and thin from the side, after which his entire person disappeared into the crack. Fat L stared at that door crack for a long time, slowly swallowing the cake in his mouth. So he can use D4C to travel through parallel worlds. Fat L was silent for a moment, then fished out a piece of tiramisu from under the desk, cut off a corner, and stuffed it into his mouth. If he comes again next time, it wouldn't be bad to have him take me to other parallel worlds for a look. Macarons from Paris, Sachertorte from Vienna, limited edition strawberry daifuku from Ginza in Tokyo, or perhaps, out-of-print desserts that had long ceased production in some world. He turned back around, the chair letting out a protest under his weight. Fat L contentedly sent the last bite of tiramisu into his mouth, his gaze falling back onto the surveillance screens. L's body unfolded from the door crack, returning to the room in his original world. Watari was still standing at the terminal, but his expression was even heavier than before he had left. L, during the time you were away. Watari pulled up a file onto the main screen. He pulled up a summary report onto the main screen. Times were densely arranged on the left side, starting from 1:47 p.m. and continuing all the way to 4 p.m. The 12 FBI agents sent to Japan, all are dead. Time, rewinding to before Ray Penba's death. The top floor of the shopping mall, observation deck. Light Yagami stood before the window, his gaze piercing through the glass, overlooking the city beneath his feet. Ryuk floated by his side, his apple already more than half eaten. Hey, Light. That guy tracking you should be rummaging through your room right now, right? Aren't you worried? Light Yagami did not turn back to answer. What he cared about wasn't what the agent was doing, but how to handle things after he died. That agent had broken into his room. This was the most direct form of investigation. If the agent learned the message that he was Kira, Calamity would inevitably kill him. The only purpose of calling his mother was to prevent that guy from dying in his house. But the problem was, what then? L would never have only one person watching a single target. The agents who came to Japan must have been spread out to monitor all the suspects he had narrowed down. If only the single agent tracking him died in an accident. Then, L wouldn't even need to use deduction to be 100% certain that he, Light Yagami, was Kira. Light continued to think, his eyes suddenly narrowing. Calamity had already been triggered, and causality was irreversible. That agent was doomed to die. Thus, only one method remained to eliminate suspicion. Make every FBI agent sent to Japan die. When the mortality rate shifts from an isolated case to 100%, L will be unable to extract any directional information from it. In this way, the suspicion coefficient for every monitored suspect would return to the same starting line. At the same time, this sends an unignorable signal. Anyone who investigates Kira will die. No intelligence agency, after losing an entire overseas task force, would easily approve a second deployment of the same scale. The plan was set. Now, he needed to get the full list of agents and their appearances, then use the death note to thoroughly erase them from this world. Light Yagami turned around and spoke. Let's go, Ryuk. Where to? To see Satoru Akifu. Oh. That old man with the cane. Ryuk tilted his head, but followed after Light's footsteps anyway. Light Yagami walked straight toward the food section of the mall, stopping in front of an elegantly decorated traditional wagashi shop. Light had the clerk wrap an exquisite gift box, his tone natural. Please wrap this for me. Certainly, please wait a moment. Leaving the mall, Ryuk spoke in a deserted alley. Since you're going to find your own stand, you're bringing a gift. You humans have so many rules. Precisely because he is my stand, I need a perfect excuse to see him. Carrying the gift box, Light Yagami took the subway and soon arrived at Todai University Hospital. People were coming and going in the hospital lobby. He walked to the front desk and explained his purpose to the nurse. I'm sorry, do you have an appointment? The director's schedule for today is completely full, the young nurse said with a professional air of apology. Ever since the director took office and announced the research related to the Lakaka fruit, there have been too many people wanting to see him every day. I don't have an appointment, Light Yagami answered calmly, as if he had long expected this result. He placed his student ID and the gift box together on the counter, speaking without haste. I am Director Satoru Akifu's grand disciple, Light Yagami. Before taking office, the director promised me that once he settled in, he would continue to guide my research project. I need to check with the director's secretary's office, the nurse said, hesitating slightly. Thank you for your trouble, Light Yagami showed a perfect smile. A moment later, the nurse hung up the phone, her expression clearly softening a bit. The director says please go up. His office is on the 12th floor, turn right out of the elevator. Inside the director's office. The furnishings were simple yet heavy. Satoru Akifu sat behind a large mahogany desk, wearing a black felt suit and holding that pitch-black cane in his hand. Light Yagami placed the gift on the desk and sat directly in front of the desk, meeting Satoru Akifu's gaze. Satoru Akifu spoke indifferently. This office has no surveillance equipment. I had it all removed on my first day in office. So you can speak plainly. That agent tracking me, what is the current state of the calamity fluctuations? Previously, there was indeed a very strong intent to investigate. Calamity continued to pressure him, but he never gave up. Satoru Akifu glanced at the wall clock. However, the fluctuations completely disappeared 10 minutes ago. Estimating by the tracking intensity of calamity, there is a high probability he is dead. The office was quiet for a while. Outside the window came the sound of an ambulance siren, approaching from afar and then gradually fading away. Since he's dead, the hospital will certainly receive him nearby. I need you to help me check this agent's specific information. Light Yagami's voice was calm. Which hospital he was sent to, and what his identity information is. Satoru Akifu didn't ask further. He turned to the computer on his desk and slowly sat down. His fingers tapped on the keyboard, and the interface of the medical information sharing platform lit up. Search criteria. Today, between 1300 and 1400, within Tokyo, foreign male, accidental casualty, death confirmed. Enter. The system loaded for a few seconds and returned one result. Setagaya Ward Central Hospital. Received at 1414. Male. Foreign nationality. Thoracic penetration wound. Dead on arrival. Identity confirmed. Ray Penba. American nationality. Entered on a diplomatic passport. Satoru Akifu turned the screen toward Light Yagami. Ray Penba. American nationality. Light Yagami murmured softly, carving the name into his memory. Then he turned around, the corners of his mouth slowly curling up. When an agent dies in the line of duty overseas, his direct superior, as the head of the task force, must be present to identify the body, sign documents, and take charge of the effects. Death certificate, body transfer procedures, consulate coordination. Throughout these processes, his superior will definitely expose their identity. Satoru Akifu leaned back in his chair, his cloudy eyes falling on Light's face. So, Light Yagami walked from the window back to the desk, bracing his hands on the surface and leaning forward slightly. Next, we just wait for his superior to enter their information. Setagaya Ward Central Hospital, morgue floor. Fluorescent lights flickered at the end of the hallway. John Hopkins stood before the claim window, pushing his FBI ID across the counter. The staff member behind the window took the ID, checked it, and lowered their head to start writing something in a register. The sound of paper flipping was exceptionally clear in the silent corridor. Ray Penba, confirmed time 1414, thoracic penetration wound, confirmed dead before arrival. The staff member looked up. Are you family? Superior. Hopkins' voice was raspy. He was in his early 50s, his temples already gray. His black suit was wrapped around him, and because he had rushed so much, his tie was loosely crooked to one side. I need you to sign these documents. The staff member pushed a stack of forms forward. Body claim procedures. We've already contacted the consulate, but the formal transfer requires your personal signature. Hopkins took the pen, his wrist hovering over the signature line, and stopped. The tip of the pen trembled slightly on the paper, unable to make a mark for a long time. He remembered not long ago, when Ray stood before his desk. Let me go. My Japanese is fine, and my wife and I are familiar with the cultural background there. This is the most important case of my life, I can't miss it. He had agreed. Now Ray lay in the cold morgue with a hole in his chest. Hopkins closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and signed his name on the document. His personal items. The staff member pushed a tray over. A wallet, ID, keys, and a black leather-bound notebook. Hopkins' gaze fell on the notebook. It was an FBI-issued logbook. He recognized that cover. Every page was numbered, and every book had a unique identification code. He knew Ray's habits. He would record daily surveillance, suspect characteristics, and movement logs in the journal. He flipped to the last page. 8:15 Psychologist Joe John entered the Yagami residence, met privately with Light Yagami for over 30 minutes. 9:47 Joe John left. Light Yagami, Todai Prep student, Father Soichiro Yagami, Investigation Headquarters Chief. Hopkins' finger stopped on that name. Light Yagami, the target Ray was monitoring. He remembered the directive L had sent before they left, 12 agents monitoring 12 suspects individually. Ray was responsible for Light Yagami. If Ray's death wasn't an accident. Hopkins slammed the logbook shut. No, he couldn't think like that. If it was Light Yagami's doing, it meant Kira knew Ray was monitoring him, meaning Ray had been discovered. But when Ray died, Light Yagami was clearly at the mall, as proven by surveillance. It was just an accident. It had to be an accident. He wanted to notify Minamizora Naomi, Ray's fiancée. She was already pregnant and had resigned from her job at the FBI, joyfully waiting for Ray to finish this mission so they could marry. Hopkins pulled out his phone. The screen showed 1428. His finger hovered over the dial button but just couldn't press it. What would he say? Naomi, Ray is dead, killed by a street lamp piercing his chest. In the end, he didn't make the call. deciding to let the consulate people notify her. Stuffing the phone back into his pocket, Hopkins gathered Ray's belongings and turned toward the elevator. When the elevator doors closed, he leaned against the wall and let out a heavy breath. Ray. Naomi, I'm sorry. Todai University Hospital, Director's Office. Satoru Akifu's fingers tapped slowly on the keyboard, and the medical information sharing platform on the screen refreshed. Setagaya Ward Central Hospital, he said in a low voice. The contact information for the person claiming the body was just entered into the system. Light Yagami walked over from the window and stood behind him. A new record was displayed on the screen. Claimant. John Hopkins. ID photo. Contact number. +8190XXXXXXXX. Remarks. Ray Penba's direct superior, responsible for body transfer and taking charge of effects. John Hopkins. Satoru Akifu turned his head, his cloudy eyes falling on Light Yagami's face. Is it enough? Enough. Light Yagami took an ordinary notebook out of his school bag and flipped to a page. Only this single page was paper from the death note. He pulled a black ballpoint pen from his pencil case, the tip hovering over the paper. Outside the window, the afternoon sun was being obscured by dark clouds. He just stared quietly at that blank piece of paper, then revealed a frenzied smile. John Hopkins, he whispered once more. And then, the pen touched the paper. In the hotel room, the curtains were tightly closed. John Hopkins slumped onto the sofa, burying his face in his hands. He had just returned from the hospital, and Ray Penba's body and that death report lingered in his mind. An accident? How could it be an accident? He muttered to himself, his eyes bloodshot. The more he thought about it, the more wrong it felt. If this wasn't an accident, it meant Kira possessed abilities beyond imagination. He knew who was watching him and could strike back in such a manner. Ray is dead. Who's next? Has everyone been exposed? Thoughts emerged one after another. He had to do something. Before L and FBI headquarters could react, he had to back up everyone's information. He couldn't let his colleagues die like this for no reason, without even a record left behind. This impulse, born of guilt and paranoia, made him bolt up from the sofa, rush to the desk, and open his encrypted laptop. He began to retrieve internal data, organizing the names, photos, and resumes of the 12 agents, along with the suspects they were each monitoring, into a single document. He had to send this document out, but he couldn't send it to any known official email address. It might be intercepted by Kira. He needed a sufficiently secure and anonymous channel. Then, a plan to create a temporary anonymous node flashed through his mind. This is it. Hopkins was like a man clutching at a final straw, his hands tapping rapidly on the keyboard. He felt he had never been so clear-headed and focused, using his professional expertise to pave a final path of survival for his comrades. At 3:21 p.m., an encrypted document was successfully uploaded. He leaned back in his chair and let out a long breath. Ray. I did my best. He wanted to pick up his phone again to notify headquarters of the node's key, but a sudden, sharp pain shot through his heart. Everything went black for Hopkins. His breathing stopped, the phone slipped from his hand, and the last light from the computer screen reflected in his wide-open eyes. At 3:21 p.m., John Hopkins died. Light Yagami's room. He sat in front of the computer, where a simple download interface was displayed on the screen. An encrypted file had just been downloaded to his computer. Using his hacking skills, Light Yagami easily captured the anonymous node Hopkins had created and intercepted the data. A document unfolded on the screen, where 12 ID photos, their corresponding names, and surveillance targets were neatly arranged. Good work, Agent Hopkins, Light Yagami said softly, his face devoid of any expression. He took out the hidden death note, flipped to a new page, and returned the torn piece of paper to its place. Ryak floated behind him, looking at the handwriting already written on that page. John Hopkins, 1450, inside his hotel room, driven by extreme guilt to leave clues for headquarters. Organize the names, photos, and surveillance targets of all 12 agents in Japan into an encrypted document and upload it to a one-time anonymous network node. After the upload is complete, die of a heart attack. Light Yagami's gaze lingered on that line of text for a few seconds. One of the rules of the death note: the victim's behavior before death can be controlled, as long as the behavior is physically possible and does not exceed the scope of normal human ability. He turned to another page of the notebook, matching the names and photos from the document one by one, and then wrote in the notebook. Eren Yeager, while waiting for a train at the subway station, is pushed off the platform by a mentally deranged person and dies from being crushed by the train. Bessie Charlie dies in an explosion caused by a gas leak in the apartment. He designed a seemingly reasonable accident for everyone that fit their current environment. This was also the most direct provocation and warning to L. Do not investigate me, anyone who investigates me will die. As the last name was written, Light Yagami closed the notebook. The afterglow of the setting sun dyed the sky a warm gold, and the world looked so peaceful, as if nothing had happened. It was late at night, inside an apartment in Tokyo. Minamizora Naomi sat on the sofa, holding an open copy of The Expectant Mother's Pregnancy Guide, but her gaze remained fixed on the window, out of focus. Ray hadn't contacted her for over 12 hours. According to their agreement, no matter how busy the mission was, he would send her an "all is well" emoji every 6 hours or so. A bad premonition spread in her heart. Just then, the doorbell rang. Naomi's heart skipped a beat, and she almost rushed to open the door. She thought it would be Ray, standing outside with an apologetic smile, telling her that his phone had simply run out of battery. But standing outside the door were two men in black suits, their expressions solemn. She recognized one of them. He was a liaison officer from the USA Embassy. Miss Minamizora, the liaison officer took off his hat, his voice heavy. We regret to inform you. Agent Ray Penba died in the line of duty today at noon. What did you say? Naomi felt her ears ringing, and for a moment, the world lost all sound and color. The cause of death was an accident. He was struck by a falling lamppost in a park in Setagaya Ward, Tokyo. A lamppost. An accident. The combination of these absurd words left her momentarily unable to think. Minamizora Naomi took a step back, supporting herself against the doorframe to keep from falling. Please accept our condolences, the two men comforted her softly, but Minamizora Naomi couldn't listen to another word. After seeing off the people from the embassy and closing the door, she slumped against it, her tears finally bursting forth. Ray is dead. Naomi didn't know how long she sat on the cold floor. But she was Minamizora Naomi after all, the ace agent even L had praised. After the immense grief, her mind began to think again. An accident. A battle-hardened FBI agent would be killed by a falling lamppost on a clear afternoon. Especially while he was on a mission to track Kira. No, she didn't believe it. Wiping away her tears, her gaze became resolute once more, and a dark resolve welled up in her heart. She would investigate it herself, to find out the truth behind Ray's death. Just as she was about to get up to get her computer and backup equipment, a sudden knock at the door sounded again. Knock, knock, knock. With a heart full of doubt and caution, Naomi looked out through the peephole. Under the hallway lights stood a strange man. He wore a well-fitted gray trench coat, had grayish-white hair, a handsome face, and a slight smile on his lips. Those eyes seemed to see through everything, staring right back at her through the peephole. The visitor was none other than J. Miss Naomi, don't you want to know the truth behind Ray Penba's death? Jay's voice came clearly through the door into Minamizora Naomi's ears, carrying a bewitching magic. Don't you want to avenge him with your own hands? I can give you that power. A few seconds later, the door lock made a slight turning sound. While Jay was making a deal with Minamizora Naomi, at the same time, on the other side of the planet. Washington, the FBI Director's office. The office was brightly lit in the middle of the night, yet the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. The American FBI Director picked up the secure phone on his desk, his expression grim. On the other end of the line was L. The director's voice was hoarse. "It's me. According to reports from Japan, 12 FBI agents have all met with violent ends." L listened in silence. The operation commander, John Hopkins, died of a heart attack. The other 11 agents all died in various bizarre accidents. "This is definitely Kira's doing." The FBI director took a deep breath and continued, "I'm sorry, L, but I must be responsible for the lives of the others. The FBI will fully withdraw from the investigation into Kira. This matter ends here." Beep. 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 The call was disconnected. L held the receiver quietly, the only sound in the room being his own breathing. Misfortunes never come alone. Almost as soon as the call ended, another video call request popped up, showing Soichiro Yagami. L. As soon as the screen connected, Soichiro Yagami's voice, suppressed with rage, rang out. "I've already spoken with the FBI. You actually sent people to spy on us. What do you take us for? Suspects." This was a necessary measure to catch Kira. L's voice was as flat as ever. "I don't accept that." Soichiro's angry voice came through. "The entire investigation headquarters is in a state of panic. People have already decided to quit. Because you don't trust us at all." L didn't defend himself. "Kira is among you, or closely associated with you. My judgment was not wrong. Sacrificing trust is for the sake of finding the truth. Enough." Soichiro Yagami's eyes showed a hint of disappointment, and he then hung up the video call. The room fell into silence. With the FBI's withdrawal and the internal split in the Japanese police, the global joint investigation network that L had personally built was destroyed in just a few hours in the face of the power Kira displayed. L looked up, his gaze falling on the crack of the half-open door in the room. "Since the scales have already lost their balance, I will create a new set of scales." He stood up, his bare feet stepping on the floor, and walked to the door. Behind him, the blue and pink silhouette of D4C emerged. "Since there is no one to support me," L whispered softly, "then let countless versions of myself come to play this game against you." He would rely on his parallel world counterparts to investigate the remaining 11 suspects. An L from each world would be responsible for one target. Meanwhile, he himself would concentrate all his energy on dealing with the person with the highest level of suspicion, and the only one who had ever crossed paths with J. Light Yagami. L stepped forward toward the crack in the door and disappeared into it. The next morning, in the street park of Tokyo's Setagaya ward, the yellow police tape was still up. The lamppost that had pierced Ray Penba's chest had been removed, leaving only a concrete hole in the ground and a patch of dark red bloodstains that couldn't be completely washed away. Minamizora Naomi stood before those bloodstains. She hadn't slept all night, and her eyes were bloodshot. Last night, for some reason, she suddenly gained a stand power in her memory that could dig deep into the earth to unearth the truth. "Come out, Underworld." Following her call, a humanoid stand appeared. It was white in appearance, with tubular decorations around the eyes and a star symbol printed on its chest. This was her stand, Underworld. "This earth has a memory. Every step you take, every second you stay, the earth faithfully records it," Underworld spoke. It possessed its own consciousness, and its ability was to dig up these memories sealed by the earth in the form of events. "Let's begin," Minamizora Naomi said. "I understand." Underworld moved in response, bending down and plunging its hands directly into the ground beneath its feet. The ground was like nothing in its hands, and a deep pit quickly took shape before Minamizora Naomi. Without hesitation, she followed the stand and leapt into the darkness. "I've found it." Yesterday at 1:45 p.m., Underworld looked back at Minamizora Naomi as it dug. At the bottom of the deep pit, a street park identical to the outside world reappeared in the darkness. The ginkgo tree with the stuck soccer ball, the bench for the elderly, the iron fence at the edge of the park, everything from yesterday was perfectly replicated on this land of memory. Immediately following that, two figures appeared on the path. One was Ray Penba in a trench coat with a handkerchief wrapped around his right hand, and the other was a young boy in a blue tracksuit holding a soccer ball. They were projections of the Earth's memory, reenacting everything that had happened yesterday afternoon. Minamizora Naomi watched Ray fleeing anxiously, and then saw him stop at the little boy's request. He stood there, hesitating for a moment. Then, a deep purple humanoid silhouette silently emerged from Ray's side. It reached its arm toward the tree branch and gave it a gentle flick, causing the soccer ball to fall from between the branches. Ray also possessed this kind of power. She watched Ray use his still mobile left hand to ruffle the little boy's hair, a gentle smile appearing on his face. Ray. Minamizora Naomi was in immense pain. Ray had always been like this. This clumsy and gentle man, no matter what kind of predicament he was in, would never turn a blind eye if someone needed help. It was precisely because of this that she had fallen for him bit by bit. She looked at the pair of rings on her hand, and the memory of the day he proposed flooded back. Ray was seriously studying a Japanese textbook. Naomi, once I've learned Japanese, we'll go back to your hometown together. I'll talk to your father personally. At the time, she couldn't help but laugh. You can't even use honorifics properly. How do you plan to talk to my dad? Ray scratched his head and answered earnestly. Then I'll bring the best sake, give the deepest bow, and tell him that I will take care of his daughter for the rest of my life. Will you marry me? Then he put the engagement ring on her. That smile was exactly the same as the one on the man now crouching down to ruffle the boy's hair. Tears fell uncontrollably, but her gaze did not shift in the slightest. She stared intently at every detail of the event. Then, calamity struck. The lamppost made a piercing cracking sound and fell with unstoppable force. No. Minamizora Naomi let out a cry of grief, watching helplessly as the fatal iron pole was about to pierce her beloved's chest. She could no longer restrain herself and her body lunged forward. A white arm reached out from the side and firmly grabbed her shoulder, pulling her back to where she stood. It was Underworld. Don't go in. Events reenacted by the Earth's memory are absolutely real to those caught in them. If you rush in, hitting that lamppost will pierce your chest too. This is a past event. No matter what you do, the established outcome in reality will not change. Minamizora Naomi could only suppress her grief and continue watching, while thinking. These accidents are too coincidental. It seems like they're destroying some kind of evidence. As the lamppost pierced Ray Penba, it destroyed the voice recorder and miniature camera hidden in his chest pocket. She then noticed a piece of paper sliding out of Ray's pocket, caught by a sudden gust of wind, and fluttering toward a nearby drainage culvert. The stand's event excavation ended, and the deep pit returned to its original state. Although the event was over, Minamizora Naomi knelt on the ground, her hands propping her up as she panted heavily. Sadness, anger, and a sense of powerlessness came one after another. But a few seconds later, she suddenly looked up. She had seen it. She had seen the cause of Ray's death, and more importantly, she had seen where that key piece of evidence went. She staggered to her feet, left the pit, and rushed recklessly toward that drainage culvert. She pried open the heavy iron grate with her bare hands, ignoring the damp stench emanating from within, and leaned half her body inside. Amidst a pile of silt and rotting leaves, she saw the paper, wrinkled from being soaked in water, but with the handwriting still present. With trembling hands, she fished it out. Although it was soaked, rows of names were listed on the paper. Behind each name, though a bit dirty, the same cause of death was vaguely marked. Heart attack. This was the evidence Ray had traded his life for. Minamizora Naomi looked at the slightly soaked paper. Anger surged within her, forging all her sadness into a determination for revenge. Kira. She looked up, her features becoming sharp, her gaze piercing through layers of buildings to lock onto a certain person in this city. I will definitely drag you out. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone. This is Fantasy Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Stand system. Two geniuses awakened their powers. Part 2. Tokyo, Minamizora Naomi's apartment. The paper retrieved from the hidden drain had been carefully dried and laid flat on the table. Kuro Otoharata, a string of names, all of whom had been notorious criminals in the media just days before. And the cause of death listed after their names was, without exception, heart attack. The physical evidence was conclusive. But Minamizora Naomi knew very well that this piece of paper alone was nowhere near enough to convict anyone, no court would even accept it. Its true value lay in confirming the information that Kira killed using names, and in pointing toward the sole suspect through the handwriting on it. She took a photo of the crucial slip of paper and, using an encrypted channel she had used to collaborate with Elle in the past, sent the image to Elle's exclusive contact email. Sent successfully. However, what awaited her was silence. An hour passed, and Elle still hadn't replied. Had even Elle backed down? The man known as the person closest to the truth in the world had also chosen silence in the face of the lives of 12 FBI agents. Now, she was the only person left in the world still pursuing Kira. This silence didn't shake her, instead, it severed her last lingering thought of seeking support. She sat up straight and began to take action. Ray's internal FBI account hadn't been deactivated yet. It was standard practice in the federal system for the accounts of agents killed in the line of duty to be frozen only after 48 hours for subsequent data retrieval. Minamizora Naomi used this window of opportunity to investigate the assignment records of Ray's final surveillance missions before his death. The records showed that there were only 2 family members of Japanese police officers under surveillance: the chief of the National Police Agency's investigation headquarters, Soichiro Yagami, and his son, Light Yagami. She pulled the case files handwritten by Soichiro Yagami from the records and, after comparing them with the handwriting on the paper, quickly ruled out the high-ranking police official as a suspect. That left only one target: Light Yagami, a high school student with outstanding grades. She had to confirm it. She had to see for herself whether that boy named Light Yagami was truly the one who killed Ray. Just as she made up her mind and stood up to head to Light Yagami's home, the causality of calamity had already descended. SS's. A faint smell of gas drifted from the direction of the kitchen. Minamizora Naomi's nostrils flared slightly, her expression changing instantly. She immediately held her breath and swept her gaze toward the kitchen. At the connection of the old stove, a tiny insect-eaten crack in the rubber hose was leaking lethal gas at that very moment. Simultaneously, at the other end of the living room corner, the refrigerator compressor made a muffled click, as if it had short-circuited. That was the sound of the relay tripping before the compressor was about to start. Upon the next start, when the contacts closed, a tiny electric spark would be generated. And in a confined space filled with gas, one spark was enough. Is this the accident? It's the same thing that happened to Ray. Every factor could be explained rationally, and any single one taken alone was just a probabilistic event, but they were all happening at the exact same time. There was no fear in Minamizora Naomi's eyes, only extreme composure. In a flash, she didn't choose to long for the window or the door, that would be too late. Underworld. Her stand manifested beside her, its hands plunging straight into the concrete structure of the apartment building, and further down, touching the earth beneath the building. On her first day moving into this apartment, Minamizora Naomi had scanned a document posted on the property management's bulletin board. It was an early construction design plan for the apartment building, with a construction note on foundation treatment attached next to it. She had only glanced at it casually at the time. But one glance was enough. This was a habit she had deliberately cultivated since her time at the FBI training camp. The first thing she did upon entering any new environment was to memorize the building's structure and all possible escape routes. The construction plan clearly marked that before this building was constructed, the contractors had excavated a temporary curing reservoir at the foundation site for moisturizing after the concrete was poured to ensure the strength and durability of the foundation structure. That reservoir had long since been filled in and no longer existed. But the earth remembered it. Dig up the memories of this earth. From before this building was poured. Underworld. Underworld's arms dug frantically through the earth layers. In the next second, the floor beneath Minamizora Naomi's feet, along with the reinforced concrete, turned into a deep pit. Beneath the void was the appearance of this land over a decade ago, before the building was poured. Without hesitation, she leapt into the area formed by the memories of the earth. At the very moment her body vanished from the spot. Boom! The refrigerator compressor started, and the resulting spark ignited the entire space. The violent explosion blew out the apartment walls, and scorching waves of fire and shockwaves consumed everything inside. But the calamity did not stop there. The roar of the explosion raged overhead, pouring down toward the excavated opening and lunging after her figure. The heat wave scorched her back, she could feel the temperature on her back rising sharply, and the tips of her hair began to curl. Underworld. Keep digging. Dig to the depth of the reservoir. I'm already going at full speed. Underworld's arms dug frantically, peeling back the memories of the earth layer by layer, and in the darkness, a deep water surface emerged beneath her feet. That was the curing pool, filled with water during construction over a decade ago, faithfully recorded by the earth. Minamizora Naomi took one last deep breath, curled her body, and dove headfirst into the freezing water. Splash! The icy water enveloped her entire body, the bone-chilling cold almost causing her to cramp, but she gritted her teeth and desperately dove deeper underwater. In the next instant, the pursuing flames and scalding air currents rushed to the opening, carrying the residual force of the explosion, and slammed into the water's surface. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Minamizora Naomi turned around and opened her eyes. Through the churning bubbles and murky water, she saw the surface above reflected in a terrifying orange-red. The burning heat wave was blocked the moment it touched the water, and the rolling firelight refracted into distorted and eerie shadows underwater. Bubbles kept surging up from the surface only to be pressed back by the scorching air currents. The entire reservoir was trembling. Her lungs began to burn, and the dizziness of oxygen deprivation eroded the edges of her consciousness, but she firmly suppressed her instinct to surface, staring wide-eyed at the gradually fading firelight. 5 seconds passed, 10 seconds passed. The orange-red overhead finally went out, replaced by a murky, gray light. But she knew she couldn't go out yet because the air outside had been completely consumed. She had to wait for air to refill the space. 45 seconds passed, and just as she could no longer hold out, Minamizora Naomi suddenly broke the surface. Cough, 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 cough. She gasped for air, greedily inhaling the atmosphere mixed with smoke and a burnt smell, desperately floating on the water, soaked to the bone and shivering uncontrollably. After a moment, the surrounding darkness began to dissipate, and the reservoir in the earth's memory slowly faded away. She returned to the center of her apartment's wreckage. Everything was a mess, the walls were charred, and the furniture had been reduced to fragments. That slip of paper, along with her computer and communication equipment, had been reduced to ashes in the explosion. Sirens approached from the distance, and neighbors from all around bustled over to watch. Minamizora Naomi panted heavily, cold sweat seeping from her forehead. She had survived, but the cost was that she had lost everything: her home, her equipment, and that hard-won piece of physical evidence. Yet she didn't hesitate for a second. Before the fire department and police could arrive, she quickly left the ruins through the blasted opening. She sat in her car, hands gripping the steering wheel tightly. The calamity had destroyed the physical evidence, but it couldn't destroy her memory or her resolve. Now, she had nothing, and thus nothing to fear. Light Yagami. I'm coming for you. She then started the car and, with a resolve prepared for death, resolutely set out. 5 p.m. As twilight faded, Minamizora Naomi was driving on the way to the Yagami household. She scanned everything outside the car window, rapidly deducing in her mind. Ray's death and the explosion that had just occurred proved that the act of investigating itself would invite fatal accidents. At this moment, as she drove toward her target with a heart set on revenge, that invisible force must have laid a dragnet along the way once again. Every intersection, every passing car. At the same time, she was firmly engraving these scenes into her mind. They were the memories of this land as they were happening, and her only weapon. Just as she drove through an intersection and stopped for a red light, the thought that she must confirm Light Yagami was Kira within the day grew even firmer. Screech. A sharp, ear-piercing sound of tires screeching came from the right. A container truck careened out of control from a side road. The driver in the cab had been on the road for nearly 20 consecutive hours to meet a deadline. The long period of fatigued driving made his eyelids heavy. Just moments ago, an irresistible urge to doze off caused him to succumb to sleep. Danger. Get out of the way. When he jolted awake from the brief darkness and honked the horn while trying to slam on the brakes, the vehicle had already veered off its normal course. Honk, 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 the truck's horn blared in a long wail. The massive body was hurtling toward her driver's seat in an irrecoverable manner. As expected, here it comes. There was no fear in Minamizora Naomi's eyes, only the calmness of a prediction coming true. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. Her memory point rested on 30 seconds ago, when a red muck truck had passed on the road ahead while she was waiting for the green light. Its acceleration and speed were a perfect match for the truck in front of her. Underworld. Underworld. Dig up the memories of this earth. Right on this road in front of me. The red truck that passed by 30 seconds ago. Her stand manifested instantly. Before Minamizora Naomi could even finish the command, its hands had already passed through the car floor to reach the ground below. Buzz. The earth let out a silent roar. In the next second, just as the out-of-control truck was about to slam into Minamizora Naomi's car door, an even larger heavy muck truck, fully loaded with sand and gravel, roared out from the earth's memory. This was the driving event from 30 seconds ago that Underworld had excavated. This manifested muck truck, following its past speed and trajectory, headed straight toward the out-of-control container truck. Like king against king, it charged into a collision. Boom! The sound of violent metal twisting echoed through the street. The summoned muck truck was an absolute physical entity. With its unrivaled mass and momentum, it crushed the out-of-control truck's cabin into a heap of scrap metal. The massive frame was forced into a rollover, tumbling to the side and completely veering off its path toward Minamizora Naomi. And the muck truck, having completed its historical trajectory of the collision, vanished silently beneath the asphalt in the next second, as if it had never existed. From the onset of the calamity to its resolution, only a few short seconds had passed. Surrounding pedestrians erupted in terrified screams, and the entire intersection plunged into a horrifying chaos. Inside the car, Minamizora Naomi panted heavily, cold sweat seeping from her forehead. She had gambled correctly. The calamity was absolute, but Underworld's event replication was equally absolute. As long as an event that could be utilized had ever occurred on this land, she could dig it up and use the absolute of the past to counter the absolute of the present. She stepped on the gas, bypassed the paralyzed accident scene, and continued driving toward the Yagami household. Tokyo, Yagami household. The atmosphere at dinner was unusually heavy. Soichiro Yagami set down his chopsticks and looked around at his family with a serious expression. There is something I must tell you all, he said in a deep voice. I am the commander-in-chief of the investigation headquarters for this Kira case. Really? Dad, that's amazing. A look of admiration appeared in Yagami Sayuri's eyes. Sayuri, Soichiro Yagami's expression did not soften. Instead, it became even more grave. This is nothing to be proud of. Just today, all 12 FBI agents sent to Japan to assist with the investigation have died in the line of duty, and many people from the investigation headquarters have resigned and quit. What? Sachiko Yagami and Seiyu's faces turned deathly pale. It's too dangerous, Soichiro. Sachiko cried out, her voice filled with a sob. That Kira will kill you. I beg you, stop investigating. Yeah, Dad. You should resign too, Seiyu chimed in, her earlier admiration having long since been replaced by fear. Mom is right, you should quit. We can't live without you. No, I can't do that. I will never bow to evil. If I were to quit as well, then the law would truly become nothing more than a piece of paper, Soichiro Yagami said, his face solemn. The mother and daughter's pleas echoed in the dining room, but only Light Yagami remained silent, watching it all. He even found it comical internally. These mortals were trembling in fear at the power displayed by the god of his new world, while his father was foolishly standing on the opposite side of him. But that was fine too, at least he could still use his father's status as a cover. He set down his bowl and chopsticks and spoke in a tone of composure that belied his age. Mom, Seiyu, please calm down. He turned his gaze toward his father, his eyes filled with determination and understanding. That's amazing, Dad. I support your decision. Someone must step forward to stop a criminal like Kira who abuses vigilante justice. Soichiro Yagami looked at his son. Although his expression remained heavy, his heart was full of relief. Light Yagami looked his father straight in the eye and said firmly, if you meet with any misfortune because you are pursuing Kira, I swear, I will personally catch Kira and ensure he faces the judgment of the law. With that, he returned to his room and closed the door. The night deepened. Minamizora Naomi parked the car in a quiet corner a few blocks away from the Yagami household and turned off the engine. The inside of the car was pitch black, with only the light from the spare phone she was holding illuminating her pale and resolute face. On the way here, she had already conceived the final plan in her mind. At this moment, she was simply confirming the key details of the plan via her phone. The screen displayed the official website of the Tokyo Electric Power Company, as well as an investigation report regarding the massive blackout in the capital region on August 14, 2006. Cause of the accident: a shipping barge located in the Edogawa River accidentally severed the high-voltage transmission lines connecting Chiba Prefecture and Saitama Prefecture with its crane boom. A massive blackout that swept through Tokyo, Chiba, and Saitama, affecting over 1.39 million households. A disaster caused by a crane. 9 o'clock at night, inside the Yagami household. Light Yagami had just finished another round of purging criminals. He leaned back in his chair and stretched comfortably. Ryuk floated nearby, crunching on an apple. Light, you seem to be in a good mood today. Of course. A smile Light Yagami couldn't suppress appeared on his face. L must be overwhelmed right now. The FBI and the Japanese police have both withdrawn. I've cut off all his support, leaving him all alone. Next, I just need to wait for him to make a mistake, and this game will be over. He relished this feeling of being in control of everything, as if he were the god of a new world sitting high above the clouds, looking down upon the fates of all living beings. And at this very moment, not far from the Yagami household, on the banks of the Edogawa River, Minamizora Naomi stood on the pitch-black shore, the night wind blowing through her long hair. Underworld. The white stand appeared in response. Minamizora Naomi's voice was calm. Dig here, right here, August 14, 2006, that accident that plunged Tokyo into darkness. As you command. Underworld began to dig into the ground, stirring the memories of the earth. A barge was docked at the shore, and the crane boom on the boat slowly rose at an angle identical to the historical record, colliding with the power grid in the night sky. History was recreated. Almost at the same instant, the lights in the Yagami household flickered violently. Light Yagami frowned. Before he could react, all the lights, computer screens, sound systems, every electronic device in the room went out in an instant. Outside the window, the city that had been brightly lit was plunged into dead, silent darkness in vast swaths. This was the famous Great Tokyo Blackout. What's going on? Light Yagami walked to the window, looking out at the pitch-black world, a sense of unease welling up in his heart. Just then, a knock came from outside his bedroom door, followed by his sister Seiyu's tearful voice, "Brother." The power suddenly went out. I'm a little scared. Can you come downstairs? At the same time, the figures of Minamizora Naomi and Underworld were breaking through the soil, rapidly tunneling in the direction of the Yagami household. Just as Light Yagami walked downstairs, the soil silently parted directly beneath his bedroom window. She bypassed all doors, windows, locks, and any potential surveillance, carving out an absolutely safe path directly from the memories of the earth. Darkness was her best cover. Beneath the Yagami household. Dig into the memories of this room, every moment Light Yagami spent writing in the death note in this room. Found it, Underworld responded. In the underground cavity it had opened, countless miniature figures of Light Yagami overlapped and appeared, each one repeating the action of writing. She saw the young man speaking to thin air. She saw him open a black notebook, writing name after name with a fanatical look on his face. She saw his manic smile as he wrote down the names of the remaining 11 FBI agents. Finally, the scene froze on him hiding that notebook in a hidden compartment in his desk drawer. Minamizora Naomi clearly saw Light Yagami use a pen tip to open the drawer. She suddenly realized that a tiny linkage mechanism was installed in the compartment. If the drawer compartment were forced open, the built-in chemical igniter would burn everything. Minamizora Naomi used her stand to infiltrate the room, then came to the desk. Without the slightest hesitation, she inserted a pen tip and took that death note. She did not leave immediately. She took a sticky note and a pen from her pocket, and in the darkness, by the faint light of the moonlight coming through the window, she wrote a line. Then, she placed the note on Light Yagami's pillow. After finishing all this, she took the death note, returned the way she came, sank back into the hole, and disappeared without a trace. Half an hour later, the power was restored. The city lights turned on one by one, as if the darkness just now had only been an illusion. The light in Light Yagami's room also turned back on, but the sense of unease in Light Yagami's heart grew stronger and stronger. He returned to his room and instinctively walked toward the desk, preparing to confirm the safety of the death note. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the abrupt sticky note on his pillow. He walked over and picked it up. There was only one line on it, the handwriting unfamiliar and sharp. If you do not turn yourself into the police before sunrise tomorrow, I will write your name in this death note. Light Yagami's pupils suddenly constricted to pinpricks. He rushed to the desk like a madman, yanked open the drawer, and used a pen tip to open that compartment. It was empty. The death note was gone. A sense of frustration surged from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head, making him tremble all over. The previous sense of control over everything, that godlike arrogance and composure, was shattered from the altar at this moment. At the very peak of his self-satisfaction, when he was closest to victory, someone had taken the death note from him in a way he could not understand at all. This incident made Light Yagami understand for the first time what it truly meant to curb one's arrogance and impatience. When a person begins to believe they are the master of their own fate, fate begins to mock them. Schopenhauer. Light Yagami stared at the empty drawer compartment, his fingertips resting on the wood, trembling slightly. His mind was racing, immediately replaying the events of the past hour. After the power outage, his sister came knocking, and during the time he went downstairs to comfort his family, the death note was stolen. No, that's not right. A detail surfaced in his memory. 3 months ago, on August 14th, there had also been a sudden, massive power outage that plunged 1.39 million households in the metropolitan area into darkness. Back then, Seiyu had said almost the exact same thing. Big brother, the power suddenly went out. I'm a little scared. The words from 3 months ago and the words from tonight overlapped. He remembered the cause of that blackout clearly. A crane arm on a barge on the Edogawa River had struck a high-voltage power line. It was an accident that had been reported repeatedly. Yet the scale, scope, and even the duration of tonight's power outage were identical to that one. A coincidence. Light Yagami didn't believe in coincidences. The opponent knew his identity, knew where he hid the notebook, and was even fully aware of the chemical ignition device in the hidden compartment. But the opponent hadn't triggered the device, which meant they had seen the entire process of him using the notebook through some channel. Light Yagami's thoughts gradually steadied. Then he heard a crunching sound. Ryuk was sitting on top of the wardrobe, still munching on an apple as if nothing had happened. Light. Ryuk spoke sluggishly. Oh my, the notebook's been stolen. Where did that demeanor of yours as the god of the new world go? Ryuk. Light Yagami's voice turned cold. You saw it, didn't you? You watched the notebook get stolen and didn't notify me. Ryuk wore the detached, eerie grin. He, of course I saw it. But did you forget the rules of the Shinigami realm I told you about? I can't just interfere in human affairs on a whim. Light Yagami stared at him for 2 seconds, not bothering to argue over such meaningless rules, and instead began to analyze his current situation. Ryuk. You can sense the location of the death note, right? Otherwise, how did you find me in the first place? Ryuk stopped chewing. He tilted his head, a look of surprise appearing on his face. This human never failed to impress him. It was true. The death note was an item of the Shinigami realm. No matter whose hands it fell into, the Shinigami who was its original owner could sense its direction and distance. When Ryak first dropped it into the human world, it was precisely by relying on this sense that he flew to Light Yagami's home. He. Ryak stuffed the apple core into his mouth, crushed it, and swallowed. Light, you really are the most interesting human I've ever met. That's right, I can tell you which direction the notebook is at any time. Knowing that the death note could be sensed, Light Yagami calmed down. It was still salvageable. The note said to turn himself in before sunrise tomorrow. This time limit suggested that what the opponent wanted was for him to surrender, they wouldn't use the notebook to kill him for the time being. He still had time. Ryak. Light Yagami turned and grabbed his coat. Take me there. Lead the way. I say, Light. Ryak floated down from the wardrobe, his wings flapping twice, but he didn't move immediately. He rubbed his fingers together, his expression becoming playful. You know, this kind of extra service wasn't part of our original agreement. Something needs to be added. What do you want? Fuji apples. Ryak's eyes grew fervent. A continuous supply until the end of your life. No interruptions. If the supply stops, I stop helping. Light Yagami was somewhat speechless. This guy was talking about how Shinigami couldn't interfere with humans 1 second. And then bargaining with him at a critical moment like this the next. It was definitely intentional. He really wanted to say, but I refuse, but in the end, the words that came out were, deal. One more thing. Ryak paused, revealing his true objective. Light, I want to be a stand user too. The room fell silent for a moment. I've stayed in the Shinigami realm for so long, and I've never seen anything like this, Ryak said slowly. The calamity your stand inflicted on me that day, that power on the level of causal laws, it can even harm a Shinigami. There's nothing in the Shinigami realm that can do that, not even the Death Note. His wings unfurled in the moonlight, casting a massive shadow. I've lived for untold ages, Light. Do you know what a Shinigami fears most? It's not death, it's boredom. Ryak's eyes burned with intensity. I don't want to just be a spectator anymore. If Jay can give humans a stand, there's no reason he can't give one to a Shinigami, right? Light Yagami fell silent. A Shinigami with a stand, the mere thought made his heart chill. But now was not the time to be petty. Fine, I'll negotiate for you. Light Yagami put on his coat and opened the door. But on the condition that I get the Death Note back tonight. Roger that tilde. Ryak darted out the window, while Light Yagami headed down the stairs. Passing through the living room, where his mother and sister sat around an extinguished candle, he nonchalantly mentioned he was going for a run and pushed open the door. In the late-night residential area, a cold wind poured into his collar. Light Yagami didn't go far. Guided by Ryak, he circled to the side of his house, arriving directly beneath his bedroom window. The target is right down here. Ryak pointed at the dirt ground beneath his feet. How did they get in? Light Yagami asked in a low voice. It was quite interesting. Ryak gestured excitedly. After the power went out, a woman and a strange-looking person drilled out from here. Like a groundhog. They took the notebook, left a note on your pillow, and then poof, they drilled back into the ground and vanished. Light Yagami understood immediately. This strange ability meant the opponent was also a stand user. A woman. Light Yagami caught the keyword in Ryak's words. Did you see her face? Anything else? She had long black hair and black eyes. Ryak floated down. Light Yagami's lip twitched slightly. What's the difference between saying that and saying nothing? He complained inwardly. There were at least 1 million, if not 10 million, women in Japan who fit that description. He didn't bother wasting more words on this unreliable Shinigami and turned his attention to his feet. The soil in that patch of earth showed clear signs of being disturbed. Although it was hastily covered, it was still different from the surrounding ground. The opponent was down this hole. He hesitated, instinctively feeling a strong sense of danger. Jumping into a tunnel opened by an unknown stand ability was no different from walking into a trap. But he quickly thought of a more critical question. Why hadn't the calamity of wonder of you killed the opponent? From the moment the opponent had the thought of investigating Light Yagami, the causality of the calamity should have been activated. That was how Rei Penba died. Yet this thief had not only successfully infiltrated and succeeded but was even still alive and well. This meant the opponent's stand ability possessed some trait, or they knew of one, that could counter wonder of you. Having figured this out, Light Yagami was no longer in a hurry. He took a step back, moving away from the hole. There was no need to go in. Since the opponent had left that note, it meant she needed a result. She couldn't hide underground forever. She would come out sooner or later. Light Yagami looked at the digital watch on his wrist. Hidden in a compartment of the watch face was a postage stamp-sized scrap of the death note. That was his final trump card. As long as he knew the opponent's name and face, he could turn the tide of the battle. Ryak, is the target still moving? They're moving, Light. Ryak pointed toward the southeast. Always moving. How interesting, it's like they're swimming underground. Light Yagami didn't hesitate to set off, following the direction Ryak pointed, running through the silent streets. Ryak led the way ahead, letting out an occasional eerie laugh. This pursuit lasted for nearly 10 minutes. Eventually, Ryak stopped in an open area. They've stopped, Light. Right down here. Light Yagami stopped and looked around. This was a vacant lot slated for development. The ground was flat, and aside from a few piles of construction materials covered by tarps, there was nothing else. It was a place where almost no factors existed to trigger a calamity. The opponent had chosen to appear here, clearly having seen through the laws of wonder of use calamity and deliberately picking such a safe zone to face him head-on. Light Yagami stood quietly in the center of the clearing, waiting. Rustle, rustle. 10 meters in front of him, the ground began to sink, and immediately after, a figure rose from the burrow. Her long black hair was slightly disheveled from the dust, and her dark, practical clothing was stained with bits of mud. But those black eyes were filled with hatred, locked firmly onto Light Yagami. It was Minamizora Naomi, her left hand tightly clutching that black notebook. Kira, her voice was hoarse, or should I say, Light Yagami. You're finally willing to come out. Light Yagami spoke with his hands in his coat pockets, his posture relaxed. However, this is hardly fair. You know my name, but I don't know yours. Minamizora Naomi interrupted him coldly, holding up the notebook in her hand. Don't waste your breath, Light Yagami. Aren't you afraid I'll write your name in this notebook right now? Write my name. Hearing this, Light Yagami didn't show fear but instead let out a light laugh. If you really wanted to do that, you would have done it long ago. He said with certainty, you left a note on my pillow demanding I turn myself in. This shows you only want the law to judge me. To put it bluntly, you're just like my foolish father, someone who still clings to illusions about the law. His contempt ignited Minamizora Naomi's fury. Enough! She shouted sharply. Light Yagami maintained his hands in pocket stance, scrutinizing the woman across from him through the moonlight. Behind him, the Shinigami Ryak spread his hideous, giant wings, hovering in midair, looking down on this confrontation with great interest. And opposite them, Minamizora Naomi stood alone. The stand underworld rose silently from her side and behind her, standing shoulder to shoulder with her. Human and Shinigami, stand user and stand. 4 figures stood in their respective poses on this open land, facing off across the void. Your stand is that monster behind you, isn't it? Minamizora Naomi spoke first, her voice ringing out clearly across the empty construction site. Her gaze bypassed Light Yagami and fixed on Ryak. Light Yagami understood immediately. As expected, she had misjudged the situation, she had mistaken Ryak for his stand. This misjudgment was exactly what he wanted. He gave a profound-looking smile and spoke to Ryak behind him. It seems this lady is very interested in you. Let her witness the fate of those who defy a god. Go. Ryak. Unleash the calamity. Huh. Ryak's mouth hung open in a momentary daze before he caught onto Light Yagami's intention. Feeling playful, he let out a sinister, eerie laugh in cooperation. He. Interesting, truly interesting. Flapping its giant wings, it assumed a diving posture and lunged toward Minamizora Naomi. She didn't hesitate for a second. Just as Ryak was about to touch her, she barked an order. Underworld. Underworld dug downward from its previous position, pulling Minamizora Naomi away to another spot. Ryak's body passed harmlessly through the space where Minamizora Naomi had just been standing, hitting nothing but air. He stopped mid-air, curling his lip in boredom, but then seemed to recall something fun. Turning around, he flashed an exaggerated grin at Minamizora Naomi, who had re-emerged from the ground dozens of meters away, looking vigilant. Then, mimicking the cartoon Seiyu had been obsessed with lately, he spoke in the tone of a Pokemon villain. Kekaki. Foolish woman, did you think you could escape? You've already been hit by my calamity death ray. Next, the calamity will find you automatically. Hearing this, Minamizora Naomi didn't panic. Instead, she let out a scoff. She had personally experienced that lethal calamity that followed the laws of causality. It was worlds apart from this monster's bluster. Stop acting, Light Yagami. A true calamity doesn't give advance warning. This level of psychological warfare is looking down on me too much. Her gaze sharpened once more. Aren't you curious why I chose to show myself here? I didn't pick this empty lot at random. Light Yagami narrowed his eyes. He knew, of course, that she had come prepared. To survive the calamity of wonder of you and even manage to counter him, this woman's intellect and abilities far exceeded the average person. Underworld. Begin the reconstruction, the steel foundation from 1990 that was forgotten underground. Before her words even finished, her stand thrust its hands into the earth, and the ground beneath their feet began to change violently. In an instant, the flat, empty lot began to warp and sink. The piles of construction materials covered in tarps were pulled down along with the ground. The earth beneath Light Yagami's feet also began to crumble. His expression shifted slightly, and he immediately tried to leap back, but it was too late. In the blink of an eye, the original empty lot vanished. In its place was a massive, bottomless construction site. Rusty rebar and giant concrete pillars stood in a crisscrossing forest, forming a complex and oppressive underground labyrinth. Abyss-like trenches intersected everywhere. A single misstep would lead to a fall of dozens of meters. This land, it has memories. Minamizora Naomi's voice came from above, tinged with the satisfaction of revenge. Over a decade ago, during the height of the bubble economy, this was the intended site for the Universal Finance Tower. They claimed they would build the tallest building in Asia here. They dug 60 meters deep, creating a foundation with a complex structure. Then the bubble burst, the project owners went bankrupt overnight, leaving only a foundation of steel and concrete. It was hastily filled in and became the empty lot you saw. This was the ability of Underworld, to dig up the ruins of a construction site from over a decade ago, along with everything that happened there, from the Earth's memory and recreate it. Here, your ability to trigger calamities will be severely limited. Minamizora Naomi declared coldly, her voice echoing through the underground labyrinth. Because this place is my underground kingdom. She held up the death note in her hand. Now, you have two choices. First, surrender, and I will hand you and this notebook over to the police. Second. She paused, the killing intent in her eyes no longer hidden. I will kill you here and let you and your sins be buried forever in the memories of this land. Light Yagami looked around. He was trapped in a cage made of steel and concrete. He could feel that this scene, recreated from history, was incredibly real. He looked down into the bottomless abyss. He kicked a pebble down, and there was no sound of it hitting the bottom for a long time. Yet, instead of panicking, he smiled. Bury me. You seem to have misunderstood one thing. He looked up, his eyes terrifyingly calm. My stand's ability was never about triggering accidents. Rather, the moment you have the thought of pursuing me, a torrent called calamity will actively surge toward you. It utilizes every possible cause and effect in the world to bring misfortune upon you. Do you think creating a seemingly safe environment can isolate you from causality? How naive. Just as he finished speaking, a roll of thunder echoed from the sky. It started as a fine drizzle, but the rain intensified at a visible speed, quickly turning into a downpour. Pitter-patter. Icy raindrops began to fall from the gloomy night sky, striking the intersecting steel bars with a metallic clatter. Rainwater slid down Light Yagami's cheeks, but his smile grew even more eerie. It's raining. He whispered softly, his voice full of amusement. See. Even the weather is creating opportunities for me. Alarm bells rang in Minamizora Naomi's mind. She didn't understand where his confidence came from, but this sudden heavy rain was indeed a variable she hadn't anticipated. How would the calamity use the rain? A slip, hypothermia, or some even more inconceivable way? She had to end this quickly. I gave you a choice, Light Yagami. Minamizora Naomi spoke as she flipped open the death note and took a pen from her pocket, preparing to write his name. At the same time, to ensure he couldn't escape even if the notebook failed, she issued a final command to her stand as the pen tip approached the paper. Underworld. She ordered. Dig up the memory of July 22, 1990, at 3 p.m., the tower crane cable snapping accident. Understood. Underworld acted again. Above the construction site, the memory of a steel cable connected to a crane arm was forcibly awakened. It let out an overburdened groan, looking ready to snap and send tons of steel crashing down onto Light Yagami's position. Whether the name was finished in the notebook or the steel fell from above, it would be Light Yagami's end. However, at that critical moment, an old and staggering figure, leaning on a pitch-black cane, appeared at the edge of the construction site. The old man wore a decent, old-fashioned suit and a hat. He was walking unsteadily toward them, looking as if he had lost his way and wandered into this dangerous area by mistake. Minamizora Naomi's hand froze just as she was about to write. She immediately shouted a warning. Stop. Who are you? Minamizora Naomi yelled toward the figure, the curtain of rain blurring her vision. It's dangerous here. Leave quickly. She thought it was just an ordinary old man passing by who had been swept into the scene recreated by Underworld. Though she was bent on revenge, she hadn't reached the point of killing innocent people. This was her final line as a former FBI agent. The old man ignored her warning, continuing his slow and stubborn pace. Step by step, he walked down the temporary stairs and into the construction site made of earth memories. Rain soaked his hat and shoulders, but he didn't seem to care. He stopped by a concrete pillar and looked up, the shadow of his hat brim obscuring most of his face. Just as Minamizora Naomi was distracted by this unexpected turn of events, a fit of uncontrollable laughter rose from the bottom of the pit. Hey, hee hee. Ha 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 ha. It started as a low chuckle but quickly evolved into a reckless, wild laugh that echoed through the jungle of steel and concrete, carrying a spine-chilling madness. You are still too kind. Rain washed over Light Yagami's face, but he was oblivious to it. He gripped his face with one hand, striking a peculiar JoJo pose, and spoke in an operatic tone. Wonder of you. The old man finally came to a halt. Thump. He lightly tapped the ground with his pitch-black cane. Then, in a mechanical voice, he spoke slowly. Doob doob doob, da da da. The anxiety on Minamizora Naomi's face froze. A chill of impending doom rose from her heart, and she prepared to quickly write down Light Yagami's name. The old man lifted his face, revealing a wrinkled but expressionless countenance. Then, he transformed into his original robotic form, his sun-like eyes suddenly lighting up. The flow of calamity's causality is coming. The instant the words fell, a single drop of rain fell from high above. In the process of falling, it was endowed with infinite mass, carrying the malice of the entire law of causality as it dropped toward Minamizora Naomi's head. In the instant before that raindrop touched Minamizora Naomi's forehead, time seemed to stretch. She saw Ray Penba's final smile, the oath taken under the blazing sun at the FBI Academy, and the faint, yet to be perceived heartbeat within her womb. The will to survive, the hopes for the future, all the emotions, memories, and thoughts that constituted the person known as Minamizora Naomi surfaced in this moment, only to be erased by that single drop of rain. Splatter. Bang. That drop of rain pierced through her skull, directly dealing a heavy blow to her brainstem. In that instant, the light vanished from Minamizora Naomi's eyes, and her stand didn't even have time to react. Her body went limp, her knees buckled, and she fell straight backward. Blood began to flow, and the death note she had been clutching tightly slipped from her hand. Thud. The notebook fell onto the muddy ground, but due to the nature of the death note, the rain avoided it, creating a small patch of dry land. As her consciousness dissipated, the entire history of the Earth she had maintained with her stand power began to vanish. The magnificent underground foundations began to warp and fade, returning to the deep memories of the Earth along with the crane cables that were about to fall. In just a few seconds, the surroundings reverted to the empty construction site under the pouring rain. Light Yagami stood in the rain, letting the cold water wash over him. He walked toward Minamizora Naomi, who lay on the ground. Her eyes were wide open, staring at the gloomy night sky, but they had lost all focus. He then stepped forward slowly, leaning down to pick up the lost and found death note. Next, he walked to Minamizora Naomi's side, knelt down, and coldly searched her pockets, quickly pulling out an ID soaked by the rain. Minamizora Naomi. He extended 2 fingers to her neck, and to his surprise, a very faint pulse throbbed against his fingertips. She's still alive. Light Yagami's brow furrowed as a trace of confusion rose in his heart. Is that it? Light. I thought it would be more complicated, Ryak spoke up. I thought you almost died just now. Ryak then floated over Minamizora Naomi's body, inspecting her. Ha ha ha, interesting. Her lifespan hasn't reached its end yet. It seems your stand only knocked her unconscious. Should we just kill her now? Having discovered she wasn't dead, Light Yagami was about to write her name to eliminate any future trouble, but he was interrupted by Ryak's next words. Ryak's tone became even more playful. Light, inside her belly, there's another tiny lifespan number ticking. She's pregnant. Pregnant. The hand Light Yagami held his pen with paused slightly. He looked down at the woman who had pushed him to the brink. She was strong, the most troublesome enemy he had encountered since becoming the god of the new world, an opponent worthy of respect. But now, she was just a person with no power to resist, and she was even carrying an innocent life in her womb. Killing her and the child in this situation, would that negate his justice as the god of the new world? After all, he had initially set out only to kill criminals. If Calamity had killed her, then that would have been that. But if he were to kill her and the child in her womb with his own hands, the meaning would change. His pen tip hovered over the notebook, hesitating to descend. He couldn't help but question his stand, wonder of you, why? The causal flow of Calamity should be absolutely fat L. Why didn't she die on the spot like Ray Penba? Behind Light Yagami, wonder of you reverted to the form of the old man, Satoru Akifu, and let out a low voice. The flow of Calamity is absolute and fair. It shows no mercy regardless of whether the target is old, young, good, or evil. Logically, that water droplet should have caused her total death when it pierced her skull. But this situation is the first time I've seen it. Now her brainstem is damaged, and she has entered a permanent vegetative state. Wonder of you then looked toward Minamizora Naomi's abdomen, seemingly lost in thought. Her survival is an anomaly that defies the logic of Calamity. Perhaps it is related to the fetus in her womb. The old man pointed his cane toward Minamizora Naomi's abdomen. Light Yagami's gaze also shifted to Minamizora Naomi's abdomen. Was that unborn fetus the key to this anomaly? What are you waiting for? Kill her, Light, Ryak urged. Along with the child in her belly. Light Yagami looked at Minamizora Naomi's vacant face in silence. Kill her. Along with the child. That's right, Light. Kill her, and you can eliminate all future trouble. That's the most secure way to do it. Light Yagami looked at Minamizora Naomi's vacant face in silence, Ryak's words whispering in his ear. Kill her to eliminate future trouble. Yes, what are you waiting for, Light? No. But I refuse. Light Yagami's expression became sharp and angular. He suddenly turned his head and looked coldly at Ryak. One of the things I, Light Yagami, love most is to say no to self-important guys like you. What? Light, you're really a disappointment. Ryak's hands slumped as he wore an expression of disappointment. Light's mind couldn't help but recall his conversation with Jay. Whether one will lose their original nature while cleansing the world with justice. No, never. I, Light Yagami, intend to cleanse the world of evil, of those rotten and irredeemable souls. Killing those who investigate me is merely for self-preservation. But an unborn baby is the most pure and innocent existence in this world. If I were to kill her and the child here, then what difference would there be between me and those villains who slaughter the innocent? You are an opponent worthy of respect, Minamizora Naomi, Light Yagami said in a low voice. These words were spoken both to the woman on the ground and to convince himself. You, a mere mortal, pushed me to such a state. As a mark of respect, I shall grant you mercy. He put away the notebook, the killing intent in his eyes turning into arrogance and calculation. I will let you live until your child is safely born. This is the god of the new worlds, pardon for the innocent. He paused, revealing a playful smile. After that, your remaining value will have reached its end. He turned to look at his stand. Director Satoru Akifu, use your authority to admit her to Todai University Hospital. Under the guise of treatment, analyze her stand ability to excavate the past. It may be useful in the future. Understood. Wonder of you replied flatly. Light Yagami took one last look at Minamizora Naomi lying on the ground. He pulled out Minamizora Naomi's spare phone, dialed the emergency services, and in a disguised voice, briefly reported the location and that a woman had collapsed. He then hung up, removed the SIM card, snapped it, and tossed it into a puddle. He waited until the faint sound of an ambulance siren could be heard from the distance. Light Yagami turned and left, his silhouette tracing a resolute path through the rainy night. Tonight, he had tasted the flavor of setback for the first time, and from this day forward, he would become even more cautious. Just you wait, L. Soon, you too will taste what it's like to be played in the palm of my hand. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, L's figure stepped out from a crack in a doorway, and behind him, another counterpart from a parallel world followed closely. Inside the room, 11 L's from different worlds, including the obese L he had met before, had already assembled. They were either crouching or standing in various poses. At that moment, an L with a calm aura and a determined expression, yet wearing a police uniform, stepped forward and handed a handheld computer to the main world L. To gain a basic understanding of all your cases, I checked all your encrypted mailboxes. There is a new message. Displayed on the screen was the photo of the note Minamizora Naomi had sent, clearly listing the names of criminals and their cause of death as heart failure. L's thumb habitually pressed against his lip, his deep black eyes reflecting unknown thoughts. He looked up, scanned all the versions of himself in the room, and issued the order for an all-out assault in a steady tone. We're going to Japan. As for Light Yagami, I will handle him personally. Just as L set off for Japan, in a presidential suite of a luxury hotel in Tokyo. Mr. J, you are truly my god. Demagawa Jin, a bloated TV director, was nearly kneeling before J, a greedy smile plastered on his fat face. With the power of this harvester, the eyes of all Japan, no, the whole world, will be focused on me. The ratings and headlines will all be mine. I, Demagawa Jin, will become the media king of the new era. Go now, Mr. Demagawa, Jay said, sitting on the sofa in a flat tone. Show the world your value, don't disappoint me. Yes, I will never disappoint you. Demagawa Jin bowed and scraped as he backed out of the room, looking so impatient as if he could already see his future standing at the top of the world's media. The moment he closed the door, his face suddenly turned into the pages of an open book. Heaven's door had already touched his body, and Jay subsequently deleted his memories. The pages closed, and the dazed look on Demagawa Jin's face vanished. He stood up, stunned for a moment, then clenched his fists, his eyes becoming fanatical. That's right. I, Demagawa Jin, am the chosen one. This power was bestowed upon me by Kira. Kira, ratings, just you wait. Jay's smile faded as a series of notification sounds rang in his mind. System notification. Detected high-dimensional causality item Saint's corpse has been activated and fused with a new host. Has the Saint's corpse been activated? Jay whispered to himself, his thoughts returning to that day when he stood before Minamizora Naomi's apartment door. It was not easy to gain the trust of a grieving former FBI agent. When Jay first appeared at the apartment door, what greeted him was not curiosity, but Minamizora Naomi's vigilance. However, Jay used an extraordinary capacity for empathy and patience to make her lower her guard. He pointed out the suspicious nature of Ray Penba's death and promised to give her the power to uncover the truth herself and avenge her fiancé. For someone caught up in a supernatural killing spree and left isolated and helpless, this proposal was her only hope. Ultimately, Minamizora Naomi chose to strike a deal with the mysterious man before her. Then what are your conditions? She asked, getting straight to the point. Observation, Jay said with a smile. I want to observe how you will choose once you have the power to shake the truth. All of this is the best reward for me. Minamizora Naomi was silent for a moment as she walked to the window. Her hand subconsciously brushed over her flat belly, a flash of tenderness in her eyes before they became resolute once more. Ray died so strangely, it shows that anyone trying to get close to Kira will meet with disaster. She turned around, staring directly at Jay. It was a calm that disregarded life and death. I agree to your deal, but I also have one condition, a condition you must fulfill. Please, speak, Jay said with an interested gesture. Where I am going, death is almost certain. Minamizora Naomi's voice was exceptionally clear. I don't care about my own end, but Rei's bloodline must continue. I agree to your deal, to hunt Kira with the power you've given me, but you must guarantee that no matter what happens to me, even if I die, the child in my womb must survive. She took a deep breath and said word by word, protect my child, that is my only requirement. Otherwise, I will not agree. At that moment, the playful smile on Jay's face faded for the first time. He had seen countless people selling their souls for power, wealth, and revenge, their desires were naked and primal. But he had never seen a deal like this. At the finish line of her life, wagering her own soul and path of revenge to exchange for a child's future. Jay looked at her, admiration rising in his heart. A remarkable resolve, Ms. Minamizora, he praised sincerely. He said no more and instead opened the system mall directly in his mind. He skipped the dazzling array of stands and switched directly to a category, holy relics. He selected one of the items without hesitation. Saint's corpse, left arm. Description. A part of the sacred body left behind after the death of a legendary saint, containing causal power sufficient to trigger miracles and capable of fusing with a specific soul. Stand points required for exchange, 2000 points. Jay's stand points were consumed. System. Confirm exchange and specify fusion target. Confirm. Fusion target. The fetus in Minamizora Naomi's womb. System. Command executed. Jay raised his hand, palm upward. A section of a withered left arm appeared between the two of them, emitting a soft light. That was indeed the legendary remains of the saint. The saint's left arm merged directly into Minamizora Naomi's belly, leaving her stunned in place. This is. Minamizora Naomi's pupils constricted slightly, she could feel the majestic power beyond comprehension contained within that arm. But she only felt a slight warmth in her body and did not notice anything unusual. She did not know that from this moment on, her child's fate, and even the causality of this world, had undergone a subtle yet profound shift because of Jay's impromptu decision. Then, the deal is struck. Jay smiled and reached out his hand. Go now, dig up the buried truth. Your stand is named Underworld. Thoughts returned to the present. Jay took a sip of whiskey, the ice ball clinking against the glass with a crisp sound. Interesting, he murmured under his breath. He naturally knew what the saint's corpse meant for L's stand, D4C. Its ability's final evolved form is Love Train, which can only be awakened by gathering the complete saint's corpse. It is an ability that can turn all misfortune into luck. Facing Light Yagami's unsolvable calamity stand, Wonder of You, Love Train is undoubtedly the most perfect counter in theory. Absolute luck against absolute misfortune. Jay murmured softly, to obtain the ultimate power against calamity, you might need to take that holy blessing from an innocent baby. How will you choose? Will you uphold your justice and give up this victory that is within reach? Or will you catch Kira at any cost? Thinking of how L would choose in this tailor-made trolley problem, Jay felt more joyful than ever before. Meanwhile, on a wailing ambulance, emergency personnel were nervously checking Minamizora Naomi on the stretcher. Vital signs are abnormally stable. A young doctor looked at the data on the monitor, his face full of disbelief. How is this possible? The victim has a comminuted skull fracture, severe brainstem damage, and the pupillary light reflex has disappeared. She should be brain dead. But her vital signs are more stable than a normal person's. Don't worry about that. Prepare for tracheal intubation and maintain the airway. The older, experienced doctor quickly ordered. Unnoticed beneath the clothing soaked in blood and rain, Minamizora Naomi's belly was emitting a faint golden light. In the amniotic fluid, that 2-month-old embryo was undergoing a miraculous change. This power originating from the saint had already activated upon sensing that the mother's life force was about to dissipate. Thus, it used the power of miracles to forcibly lock in Minamizora Naomi's life force, providing a stable gestation environment for itself. And at this moment, on a private jet taking off from the UK, 12 Ls from different parallel worlds were silently occupying various corners of the cabin in their respective iconic poses. The L of the main world held a printed photo, evidence that Minamizora Naomi had traded her life for. Suddenly, he froze slightly. An indescribable throb came from the depths of his soul. It was the resonance between stand users. As if in a distant place, something closely related and vital to him had appeared. Behind him, D4C, with its hollow eye sockets, gazed far off in the direction of Tokyo. The birth of a saint, the eternal stand of a new god. Light Yagami walked home. The rain had stopped, but the night wind remained bone-chilling. Tonight's setback forced him to re-examine the path beneath his feet. He felt as if he were climbing an endless staircase. This path, he called the path to the new world. The starting point of this path was that black notebook he had picked up by chance. From that day on, he began to lay bricks along this road. Every brick was a name of heinous evil. With every name written down, the road extended an inch further. He once thought this road would lead straight to a utopian kingdom free of sin. He walked upon it with steady steps and a clear conscience, for he knew that what he stepped on were the ulcers and rot of this world. But at some point, things that shouldn't be there began to appear on the road. At first, it was a few pebbles that hurt his feet. Ray Penba and those FBI agents who were merely following orders. They weren't evil, but they stood in the middle of the road. So, he used death and calamity to kick the stones aside without hesitation, even if it meant the soles of his shoes were stained with the blood of the innocent. Then, withered flowers and leaves with thorns drifted onto the road. That was Minamizora Naomi. She carried grief and obsession, nearly cornering him into a dead end. Walking all this way, Light Yagami stopped and looked at his hands under the dim streetlights. Am I killing to cleanse the world, or am I continuing to cleanse the world just to cover up my killings? If it were before tonight, he might have scoffed at such a question. But tonight, he feared that once he crossed a certain line, the righteous God in his heart would die, leaving behind only a serial killer in human skin. Yet tonight, after watching Minamizora Naomi fall, the confusion in his heart instead dissipated. Light Yagami snapped his head up, his gaze turning sharp once more in the dark night. He crushed the justice in his heart and his instinct for survival, fusing them into one. The path of a god is destined to be lonely and cruel. If I don't stand up, this world will continue to rot. If I must stand up, I am destined to be stained with blood. I kill because others investigate me, and I do it because I, Light Yagami, absolutely cannot fall. Because my existence itself is the greatest justice in this world. He set off again, his stride firmer than ever before. Those painful pebbles, those confused withered flowers and leaves, all were ruthlessly trampled under his feet, crushed into the mud to become the foundation supporting his forward progress. He finally understood that the path to the new world was never straight and flawless. It was a divine stairway destined to be paved with the bones of sinners, cast with the blood of the innocent, and finally capped by his absolute will. Come then, L. Light Yagami reached his front door and gripped the cold handle. No matter how many of you there are, no matter which world you come from, on this path, I am the only truth. Click. He pushed the door open, and the warm light from inside spilled out, illuminating his gentle profile, which looked no different from any ordinary high school student. I'm home, he said softly to the house. Light, why are you back so late? Your clothes are soaked. His mother Sachiko's voice came from the living room, her tone laced with concern. I went for a run, I just didn't expect it to rain suddenly. It's fine. He changed into slippers, his smile so clean no gloom could be seen. I'm going upstairs to change first. Who goes running in the middle of the night? Go on, don't catch a cold. Light Yagami pushed open his bedroom door, locked it, and after changing, leaned against the door for a moment with his eyes closed before opening them. Ryuk was floating nearby, having produced an apple from somewhere, which he was crunching on loudly. Light, Ryuk asked indistinctly while munching the apple, what are you thinking about? Thinking about L's next move, Light answered flatly. Speaking of which, Ryuk tossed the core aside and floated in front of him. You promised to help me get a stand from Jay. When are you going to make good on that? Light glanced at Ryuk. After I clear my name. Any extraneous actions right now could lead to my eternal damnation. You wouldn't want to lose your apples, would you? Light then sat at his desk and turned on the computer. On the screen was a list he had compiled earlier, the 12 suspects L had initially locked onto. Light Yagami, Soichiro Yagami, Tuda Matsuda, Vice Director Kitamura, Police Chief Saki. Ryuk tilted his head. So what do you plan to do? I will create Kira-style criminal deaths around the other 11 suspects as well, making the data look like a random distribution, including myself, of course. He opened the death note and pulled up the news on his computer. From the first day he got this notebook, Light Yagami had envisioned that it might one day fall into someone else's hands. He began to write, his handwriting slightly scrawled, as he had deliberately adjusted his grip. The first batch, arranged around Tuta Matsuda. 3 criminals, 3 different causes of death, random time intervals. The pen tip touched the paper. The second batch, arranged around Kanzo Mogi. 2 criminals, with times of death staggered from Matsuda's group. The pen continued to move. The third batch. Ryuk watched from the side, the interest in his eyes growing. You're going to drag everyone into the water. I'm muddying the waters. He closed the notebook and leaned back in his chair. Starting tomorrow, I will change Kira's behavioral patterns. Times, locations, and methods of killing will all be randomized. After finishing all this, he went to sleep early. The next morning, before going downstairs for breakfast, Light habitually checked his phone. What met his eyes were major events rocking the Japanese news world. The well-known TV director Demigawa Jin had obtained a massive amount of intelligence overnight. The front pages of every major portal were dominated by segments he hosted. Shocking. Cabinet officials' late-night secret meeting with underground bank boss, high-definition recording exposed across the web. Explosive. High-ranking officials secretly form underground cannibal club. Bloody banquet footage is horrifying. Demigawa Jin utilized Harvester's 500 tiny sub-bodies to bring that top-secret evidence before the public eye. The entire internet fell into an unprecedented frenzy. Demigawa Jin gesticulated wildly on screen. People of the world, open your eyes and see. The darkness that the law cannot reach, I shall uncover today. I, Demigawa Jin, am the apostle chosen by Lord Kira. This is the evidence I found by risking my life. He slammed a thick stack of evidentiary documents onto the desk, his expression excited to the extreme as he bowed deeply to the camera. Those the police cannot catch, Lord Kira will kill. Those the courts cannot judge, Lord Kira will sentence. I release this news not for any vulgar ratings or traffic. Lord Kira, please watch over us. These are the sinners I have found for you. Please bring down your merciless judgment and cleanse this decayed world. Light Yagami watched this media carnival, lost in thought. He then closed the overwhelming, eye-popping news and scrolled to a brief report. Last night, an unidentified female was found collapsed at a construction site. She has been rushed to Todai University Hospital for treatment and is currently in critical condition. Seeing the words Todai University Hospital, Light was satisfied. This confirmed that his stand, Wonder of You, had perfectly executed his orders to properly contain Minamizora Naomi. He wouldn't go to the hospital for the time being, as that would increase unnecessary risk of exposure. He had absolute trust in his stand. Meanwhile, at Tokyo Narita International Airport, a private jet without any airline markings landed smoothly. The cabin door opened, and 12 Ls of varying builds walked down the air stairs in sequence. At that moment, a chubby version of L walking beside him suddenly slipped, stepping on a patch of transparent oil of unknown origin on the stairs, losing his balance and falling forward. Another L wearing black-rimmed glasses instinctively reached out to steady him. But with a snap, the originally sturdy metal handrail broke without warning, the sharp edge slicing the back of his hand, causing a string of bright red blood beads to seep out. It was just a minor accident. The L of the main world looked at the blood on the glasses wearing L's hand, and his gaze darkened. He stuck his thumb into his mouth, gently biting his nail as his gaze swept across Tokyo's gloomy sky. Everyone, be careful. Act according to the original plan. They had no further exchange. With just a meeting of eyes, they split up to act, utilizing the resources and abilities they each brought from their parallel worlds to penetrate the truth of Kira from different directions. The L of the main world sat inside a black sedan that had been waiting for a long time. He had just swallowed a piece of chocolate when Watari's steady voice came through his earpiece. L. The whereabouts of Minamizora Naomi have been found. Todai University Hospital received a female patient last night. She is in a deep coma, in a vegetative state. L began to think. He had tried to contact Minamizora Naomi after receiving a lead. But there was no response, and he eventually discovered her residence had been destroyed in an explosion. And today, this key informant appeared in the hospital in a vegetative state. This was highly suspicious. He decided to investigate in person. Behind him, the appearance of his stand D4C was a restlessness originating from the depths of his soul, as if urging him to go to the hospital. I understand, Watari. Send me the floor plan of Todai University Hospital. Todai University Hospital, Intensive Care Unit. L, wearing an ill-fitting white lab coat, arrived outside that specific patient room. He pushed the door open, approached the bed, and saw the unusually stable data on the monitor. An unprecedentedly strong resonance suddenly erupted from the depths of his soul. D4C appeared behind him, its eyes fixed intently on Minamizu and Naomi's flat abdomen. L's gaze moved accordingly, finally locking onto that spot. Though the naked eye could see no abnormality, his intuition as a stand user allowed him to clearly sense it, the key that could evolve his stand. The saint's corpse. Just as L's brain was working at high speed, trying to figure out why Minamizu and Naomi had the key holy relic for his evolution inside her, an extremely faint click interrupted his thoughts. L turned his head slightly, his eyes scanning the ventilation louvers in the corner of the room. There, a strange creature only the size of a fist with gold and purple stripes was silently poking half its body out. Most notably, in its short forearms, it was steadily holding a miniature hidden camera. The pinhole-sized lens reflected a cold light, aimed directly at Minamizu and Naomi on the bed and L, who was currently standing by her side. If it were an ordinary person, their vision would pass right through this creature, seeing nothing. But L was a stand user. In those eyes that always seemed languid, a rare flash of shock and alertness appeared. He looked at the tiny monster holding the camera and murmured to himself. Is this a stand? Without any hesitation, L's D4C, with its 5A stats, teleported forward instantly. In a blur, D4C grabbed the harvester just as it was about to retreat into the vent. Squeak. The stand harvester let out a sharp, strange cry, struggling desperately in D4C's palm. At that moment, L stared expressionlessly at the miniature camera in its hand, a faint red light blinking on the side of the lens. A pinhole camera with high-frequency transmission, and it's a real-time monitor. Someone on the other side of the screen was silently monitoring Minamizu and Naomi through this stand, and they had also seen him entering the hospital room using his stand. Have I been discovered? Without hesitation, D4C applied pressure with its fingers, first crushing the miniature camera to pieces. Then, L controlled D4C to slowly tighten its fingers, crushing the strange creature bit by bit. The harvester let out a short scream of agony before turning into a cluster of bubbles and completely dissipating in the air. L stood silently for a moment, listening. No screams of sudden, severe injury from any human came from inside or outside the hospital. He had tested D4C before. Damage sustained by a stand is reflected truthfully onto its user. Since this stand was completely destroyed but the user showed no fatal reaction, combined with its weak power, L quickly made a judgment. A single unit damaged, yet so weak, it's likely a colony-type stand with a vast number of units. Meanwhile, inside Light Yagami's room. The glow of the computer screen reflected on Light Yagami's face. After a violent shake, the image on the screen turned into full-screen static. But in the final second before the signal was cut, Light Yagami caught sight of the eyes of the man in a mask and white coat, as well as a figure with long rabbit ears. To be able to find out which hospital Minamizu and Naomi was sent to so quickly and bypass all conventional security to infiltrate the ICU. Light Yagami's gaze darkened as his mind raced. I see. Is this the source of your confidence to declare war on a god? L. Light Yagami smiled. As I thought, you are also a stand user. He pressed a key on the keyboard, calmly closing the domain on the dark web. This camera was exactly what he had set up through Demigawa Jin. That fool Demigawa Jin thought he had gained stand abilities because he was chosen by Kira, not knowing that this power was actually bestowed by J. From this, it wasn't hard to infer that his memory had clearly been silently tampered with by J. Light Yagami spoke with a furrowed brow, repeatedly bestowing the power of a stand onto others at will and even easily tampering with memories. Just what is this J trying to do? Ryuk, Light Yagami stared at him with sharp eyes. You've lived for so long. Have you ever seen anyone capable of such things? Crunch. Ryuk swallowed a newly bought Fuji apple, making a delighted sound. Ah, tilde so good. Bestowing those strange abilities on humans at will and manipulating hearts without a trace. Ridiculous things like that, it seems only that old geezer, the Shinigami King, could manage. If this J really can do all that at will, then he's no ordinary being, he might be a true god. Hearing Ryuk's answer, a deep sense of wariness couldn't help but arise in Light Yagami's heart. At the same time, he couldn't help but think of the movie Bruce Almighty, and a sense of conceit grew within him. Just like God bestowing divine power on a mortal in the movie, could spreading this power be a test from on high to see if I am truly worthy of becoming the god of the new world? If that's the case, then I, Light Yagami, shall accept this challenge. I will find all the stand users who can be utilized and bring them under my command as pawns. Even if I'm exposed then, what of it? Light Yagami looked back at the closed dark web interface and sneered, just like that fool Demigawa Jin, his name and face are known to everyone. His life or death is decided by a mere thought of mine. With just a few encrypted emails and killing a few villains from the list he exposed, he became convinced of my identity as God, and obediently sent his stand to the hospital to monitor for me. Light Yagami stood up and properly put away the death note. But since you've also entered the game, let's see which of us shows a weakness first. Tomorrow is the university entrance exam. He needs to maintain his perfect state to get into the University of Tokyo. As for Ryuk, Light Yagami used Demigawa Jin's wealth to buy him off with several crates of Fuji apples, strictly ordering him to stay home and play games and never follow him to the exam hall. Because for Ryuk would very likely become a fatal weakness that could expose him. Returning to the hospital room at Todai University Hospital. Turned around, his gaze falling once more on Minamizora Naomi's flat lower abdomen on the hospital bed. A throb from the depths of his soul was frantically urging cut her open. As long as he obtained all the Saint's corpse parts and D4C began its path toward ultimate evolution, catching Kira would become as easy as turning over his hand. D4C's sharp fingertips had already touched the edge of Minamizora Naomi's hospital gown. With just a light stroke, he could take the corpse without leaving a trace. This was effortless for a stand with rank A power. Bit his thumb nail, hesitating to give the order. To catch Kira, he could use death row inmates to go to their deaths without hesitation, because they were convicted criminals. He could disregard the law and trample over rules. But the Minamizora Naomi before him was an FBI agent who had once fought alongside him, and what was growing in her womb was a completely innocent, not yet formed new life. If, for the sake of so-called justice, he were to slaughter an innocent pregnant woman and her fetus, then what difference would there be between him, and that Kira who called himself a god and took lives at will? It's not time yet. Took a deep breath and abruptly withdrew his hand. D4C also stopped unwillingly under his will. He had originally intended to secretly transfer Minamizora Naomi, but then he thought of Kira's killing method, which could ignore distance as long as the name and face were known. He realized that taking her away would be meaningless and might instead force Kira to strike immediately, so he could only choose to wait until the child was born. At least until I've exhausted all means to confirm Kira's identity, I cannot cross this line, and perhaps by then, Kira will already have been brought to justice. Took a long look at Minamizora Naomi on the hospital bed. Then he traveled out through a gap. As used D4C's ability to travel through the gaps between parallel worlds, Watari's urgent report came through his earpiece. The situation has changed. Dense clusters of deaths have suddenly broken out around the other 11 suspects being monitored by the Els. Around Tuda Matsuda, Kanzo Mogi, and even Soichiro Yagami, criminals have been dying one after another. I see. Whispered to himself, trying to muddy the waters with random deaths to cover up the real target of the investigation. Kira, your counterattack is swift, but this deliberateness is itself a sign of guilt. Watari, help me arrange it. I want to go to the University of Tokyo entrance exam site. The next day, at the University of Tokyo entrance exam site. The atmosphere in the exam hall was tense, with only the rustle of pen tips scratching against exam papers. Light Yagami sat upright in his seat, his back straight, his expression focused and composed. His answering speed was extremely fast. These difficult problems that would make ordinary people scratch their heads were as simple as 1 plus 1 in his eyes. Just then, an extremely abrupt sound broke the silence of the exam hall. Light Yagami frowned slightly and glanced out of the corner of his eye toward the source of the sound. Not far behind him, a figure wearing a loose white long-sleeved t-shirt with a mop of messy hair was crouching on a chair with both feet in an extremely strange posture. He was biting his thumbnail, while his other hand held a pen, doodling listlessly on the exam paper. The proctor finally lost patience, walked over quickly, and scolded in a low voice, "You there. Please sit properly. Put your feet down, you're affecting the other students." The figure looked up, revealing a pair of eyes with heavy dark circles. "Sorry, teacher. If I don't sit like this, my reasoning ability, no, my calculation ability will drop by 40%. Hearing this, Light Yagami's pen tip paused involuntarily. Those eyes, that unique aura. The image that had flashed across the computer screen last night overlapped perfectly with the person before him. You really did come. Light Yagami repeated the name in his mind, his heart racing slightly, though he remained outwardly impassive. Not bringing Ryak was indeed the right choice. If Ryak were here, L would certainly have a reaction upon seeing him. The proctor was left speechless by L's bizarre remark and could only give a couple of warnings before turning to leave. L's gaze seemed casual, yet it landed precisely on Light Yagami. In the next second, a strange pressure that only a stand user could sense appeared. Beside Light Yagami, D4C, with its pale blue skin and two long rabbit ears, approached without warning. D4C's face was almost pressed against Light Yagami's cheek, almost eye to eye. This was L's probe, testing whether he could actually see the stand. Under extreme restraint, Light Yagami's pupils didn't tremble in the slightest. His breathing was steady, his gaze didn't shift at all, and the pen in his hand continued to smoothly calculate complex formulas on the scratch paper, as if nothing existed beside him. Fortunately, Ryak's usual body movements are 100 times more exaggerated than this. If a normal person faced this monster suddenly pressing against their face, they'd probably have broken down in terror long ago. Light Yagami sneered inwardly, but for me to pretend I can't see it is simpler than breathing. Perfect acting, impeccable psychological fortitude. Seeing no reaction from Light Yagami, L narrowed his eyes slightly. Then, D4C suddenly clenched its fist and swung it toward Light Yagami's face. Just as it was about to smash into Light Yagami's face, D4C's movement stopped a mere centimeter away from his eyelashes. So fast. Light Yagami's heart jolted in alarm. If he hadn't been certain that the protection of calamity would trigger at the critical moment, and if he hadn't accurately calculated L's logical patterns. For a split second just now, Light Yagami almost thought the other party was going to go straight for the kill. D4C then shifted into a palm, its fingertips casually sweeping across the edge of Light Yagami's desk. Swoosh. An answer sheet that Light Yagami had just finished writing drifted lightly onto the aisle. Light Yagami displayed just the right amount of bewilderment. Just as he was about to lean over to pick it up, a pale hand beat him to it. L had left his seat at some point and was now crouching beside Light Yagami's desk. He didn't return the answer sheet immediately, instead staring at the handwriting as if no one else were there. Elegant handwriting, decisive strokes, so neat. L muttered to himself, his back slightly hunched, his eyes staring straight at Light Yagami. Stare. L stared at Light Yagami without blinking, a gaze so fixed it made Light's scalp tingle slightly. The entrance exams were very strict. L leaving his seat midway was a blatant violation of the rules. This annoyed the proctor on the podium. Accompanied by a flurry of hurried footsteps, the proctor who had warned L earlier approached quickly with a face full of fury, whispering a stern reprimand. Student, please return to your seat immediately. Do not disturb the other students, or you will be asked to leave. However, L automatically blocked out the outside noise, turning a deaf ear to the teacher's words. After staring for a full 5 seconds, L slowly stood up and handed the answer sheet back to Light Yagami. Your handwriting is truly beautiful, Yagami-kun. Light Yagami accepted it politely and nodded with a smile, thank you. He remained calm on the surface, but deep in his heart, he was complaining frantically. He felt that this guy named L had something seriously wrong with his head. This kind of blunt provocation and staring was practically like a pervert. You fool. Light Yagami sneered internally. Don't you dare let me find out your name, or I'll make sure you die more pathetically than anyone else. Even after returning to his seat, L's staring did not stop. His brain was working at high speed, frantically overlapping and comparing Light Yagami's characteristics with those of Kira. His performance is too perfect. His reaction to the answer sheet falling, his composure in the face of my stare, everything is seamless. But it is precisely this perfection that is the greatest imperfection. The suspicion in L's heart, rather than being dispelled, deepened further. Logically, the probability of him being Kira had already exceeded 90%. But what he lacked was decisive physical evidence of how he committed the murders, as well as his flaws as a stand user. He even felt a strong impulse to lock Light Yagami up for observation. This intense consciousness of investigation and persecution invisibly triggered the laws of calamity. Calamity began to take effect because of L's excessive pursuit. Above the examination hall, the screw of a heavy chandelier suddenly emitted an extremely faint sound of metal fatigue snapping. As the will to investigate in L's heart continued to climb, the laws of calamity locked onto him. In just a few more seconds, that chandelier, weighing dozens of kilograms, would fall at an angle defying common physical sense and accurately smash into L's skull. Although Light Yagami could not actively control calamity, he keenly sensed the flow of causality in the surroundings. He knew that the lethal calamity targeted at L had irreversibly activated. However, he was secretly thinking to himself. The stand speed L showed during his probe just now was extremely fast. Can the fall of a mere chandelier really deal a killing blow to a stand user of this level? Once L used his stand to defend and survived, encountering such a bizarre fatal accident without warning. With L's intelligence, he would immediately realize this was a targeted supernatural ability. This would undoubtedly prove directly to L that he was a stand user. Exposing himself in such an uncontrolled manner in a crowded examination hall was not at all the perfect victory Light Yagami wanted. I must drape a cloak of rationality over this unstoppable calamity. Now then, it's my turn, L. Light Yagami sneered inwardly. Fortunately, he had left himself a backup plan when using the death note earlier. He knew it was highly likely L would appear in the exam hall today and subject him to high-intensity psychological pressure. Therefore, he had precisely calculated the exam process and deduced the timing when L might make his move. He had written a criminal's name in the notebook and set an absolutely precise time and place of death. At 10:30 p.m., on the roof of the University of Tokyo examination building, commits suicide by jumping off the roof after letting out a loud scream and crashing through the glass. At this moment, Light Yagami glanced at the clock on the wall out of the corner of his eye. 10 hours 15 minutes and 28 seconds. 10 hours 15 minutes and 29 seconds. At the critical moment just as that screw was about to snap. 10 hours 15 minutes and 30 seconds. A piercing scream suddenly came from outside the window. Immediately following, a dark shadow plummeted rapidly from the roof. However, as he passed the floor where the exam hall was located, the jumper's ankle weirdly hooked onto a protruding iron frame of an outdoor air conditioning unit on the outer wall. This extremely coincidental snag changed the falling trajectory of that heavy body. His whole person suddenly lost balance in midair and, following his massive momentum, smashed violently into the glass window on the side of the exam hall. Bam! Crash! Accompanied by a scalp-numbing thud, the entire glass window shattered under the impact. Countless sharp glass shards sprayed into the examination hall. Only after crashing through the glass did that broken body completely lose its support, tumbling straight down. With an extremely muffled thud, it slammed heavily onto the concrete ground below the exam hall. And at the very instant the glass shattered, Calamity used this violent physical impact as the perfect cover. Snap! The already fatigued screw above the examination hall snapped completely. The heavy chandelier plummeted, and the calamities of the glass and the chandelier launched under dual guidance. A large swath of sharp glass shards, together with the falling chandelier, locked onto L's vital points below in a trajectory that defied common physical sense. This violent turn of events caused L's pupils to shrink abruptly. That intense sense of mortal crisis made the hair all over his body stand on end. At the critical moment, D4C with its 5A stats emerged. It flipped a desk over to shield L, blocking the flying glass. The moment the chandelier smashed down, L took the opportunity to crawl into the gap between the desk and the floor, escaping into a parallel world via his stand ability. Boom. The heavy chandelier smashed violently into the spot where L had been standing, smoke and debris flying everywhere. A few meters away, from the shadow gap between an overturned desk and the floor, L's body silently emerged. A thin bead of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. In that less than 0.1 second just now, he had used D4C's ability to barely dodge this lethal calamity. The sudden turn of events plunged the entire examination hall into extreme chaos. The sharp glass shards flying in all directions heartlessly affected the innocent bystanders nearby. Light Yagami looked at L emerging from the gap and slightly gritted his back teeth. As expected, a physical blow of this level simply cannot kill L, who possesses such a bizarre stand. And in the midst of this chaos, Light Yagami originally had enough time and reaction speed to avoid the glass shards flying toward him. But he didn't. He coldly calculated the trajectory of the shards in his mind and, instead of dodging completely, he adopted a seemingly panicked posture, exposing his profile and right arm perfectly to the flying glass. Slash. A sharp glass shard mercilessly sliced open Light Yagami's handsome profile, while another buried itself deep into his right forearm that held the pen. Crimson blood surged out, dripping down his cheek and staining his answer sheet along his arm. A sharp, stinging pain spread through his body. This real physical pain became the most perfect catalyst for his acting. Light Yagami's originally straight back suddenly stiffened, and the pen in his hand fell with a clack, rolling onto the floor. He clutched his bleeding arm, his eyes wide, his pupils vibrating violently in coordination. How could this, my right hand? Light Yagami's face was pale as he panted heavily. Amidst the chaos and screams, his entire body began to shake uncontrollably. His teeth chattered from extreme horror and real pain, making a faint clicking sound. He performed the physiological trembling of an honor student who had never experienced such a bloody tragedy to seamless perfection. At this moment, Light Yagami blended perfectly into the surrounding examinees who were panicked, injured, and wailing. L looked at the corpse not far outside the window, then at the chandelier that had smashed onto his seat. Then, L's gaze pierced through the chaotic crowd, landing on Light Yagami a few meters away, who was also cut by glass, his face covered in blood, clutching his arm and shivering. A jumper causing a dilapidated chandelier to fall and glass to explode. What a coincidence. L's brow furrowed as he bit down on his thumbnail. But if Light Yagami were Kira, and this calamity was Kira's assassination attempt against him, why would Kira involve himself in it as well, even getting injured? In L's profile, Kira was an arrogant fanatic who considered himself a god and would never allow himself to suffer even the slightest injury. Looking at the blood dripping onto Light Yagami's test paper and his fearful, physiologically trembling appearance, L's suspicion began to decrease. The examination hall was filled with the terrified screams of candidates, some wailed in pain as the proctors rushed toward the crowd in a panic. My God, someone jumped and died. Call the police. Someone is injured here. Ambulance. Call an ambulance quickly. Faced with such a sudden tragedy, it was impossible for the school to allow the exam to continue. Alarms soon rang out in the corridors, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. Immediately after, an emergency notice from the Academic Affairs Office came over the broadcast. All candidates, please stop answering immediately. Stay in your seats and do not move. Wait for security personnel to evacuate you. Emergency procedures were immediately carried out within the examination hall. Beneath Light Yagami's violently trembling body, his heart was a pool of icy calm. This chaos was always part of Light Yagami's plan. Soon, several security guards rushed into the messy examination hall. One of them spotted Light Yagami, whose hands were covered in blood. The guard immediately turned and shouted toward the corridor in a panic, "This way. A student here has been injured by glass. Medical staff, get over here." Two medical staff members carrying first aid kits quickly squeezed through the crowd at the sound. The security guard assisted them in carefully helping Light Yagami out. At the same time, he kept reassuring the seemingly shaken Light Yagami. Hang in there, kid. It's okay, we're taking you to get your wounds treated right now. Surrounded by medical staff and security personnel, the injured Light Yagami was supported as they walked outside. While being supported, Light Yagami took the opportunity to cover his face with his blood-stained hands and sobbed bitterly, appearing terrified. In reality, through the shadows of his fingers, he cast a cold sidelong glance in L's direction. He really wanted to laugh. L, you really did block the calamity. But in this chaos, the attack you suffered will only be attributed to a chain of accidents triggered by the jumper hitting the ground. You still haven't grasped any decisive evidence that I am a stand user. This first round of our confrontation. I win, L. By the time Light Yagami had finished having his wounds treated in a series of checkups at Todai University Hospital, the sky had gradually begun to darken. The school arranged for private cars to send the injured students home one by one. The Yagami household. Light Yagami stood at the entrance. His right forearm was wrapped in a thick white bandage, with traces of clotted blood faintly showing through. A conspicuous medical gauze was also stuck to the side of his face. Although he tried his best to maintain a gentle smile, this appearance still made his mother, Sachiko Yagami, tear up as she came to greet him. Light! Sachiko cried out, tears bursting from her eyes. She stepped forward quickly and pulled Light Yagami into a tight hug, her voice trembling violently. The accident at the exam hall was on the news. I was going out of my mind with worry at home. Mom, it's okay. It was just a glass cut. The doctor said no bones or nerves were damaged. It'll be fine after resting for a while. Light Yagami gently patted his mother's back with his left hand, soothing her in a soft tone. His eyes were clear and innocent, perfectly playing the role of a good son who put on a strong front so as not to worry his family. His younger sister, Seiyu Yagami, also ran out from the living room. Seeing her brother in this state, tears immediately welled up in her eyes. She leaned in close to Light Yagami, looking at the thick bandages, and asked heart-wrenchingly, Big brother, are you okay? It must hurt so much. I'm really fine, Seiyu. Light Yagami reached out with his left hand and ruffled his sister's hair, giving a helpless, bitter smile. It's just a bit of a pity. Because of this accident, the entrance exam might be postponed. I prepared for so long, so it feels like a bit of a waste. Exams aren't important. Sachiko let go of Light Yagami and wiped her tears. Whether it's Todai or any other school, none of it is more important than your health. As long as you are safe and sound, I thank the heavens. Quickly, come in and sit down. Don't keep standing. Surrounded by his mother and sister, Light Yagami sat down on the sofa in the living room. Sachiko busied herself getting him water and cushions, while Seiyu sat obediently to one side, her eyes full of concern as she watched Light Yagami. Light Yagami responded to his family's concern with a smile, but internally he was reviewing the confrontation from earlier that day. No matter how much L suspected him, in the absence of decisive evidence, Light Yagami was currently nothing more than an innocent victim. A little physical suffering was a small price to pay. It was perfect. Just then, the sound of a key turning hurriedly came from the entrance. The front door was pushed open, and his father, Soichiro Yagami, rushed in with an anxious expression. Light, are you alright? He had learned of the tragedy at the Todai exam hall while at the investigation headquarters. At this moment, he couldn't even maintain his usual composure as a bureau chief of the National Police Agency. Dear, you're back. Sachiko hurried to meet him, wiping her tears and pointing inside. Light is in the living room. He just came back from the hospital after getting his wounds treated. Hearing this, Soichiro Yagami didn't even have time to take off his coat before rushing into the living room. When Soichiro saw Light Yagami sitting on the sofa wrapped in bandages, this stern father, who usually never showed his emotions, revealed an undisguisable heartache in his eyes. He stepped quickly to his son's side. His gaze lingered on the white bandages for a long time, and his hands at his sides unconsciously clenched into fists, the veins on the back of his hands bulging. Light, how are the injuries? Soichiro's voice was a bit raspy. They're just superficial wounds, Dad. You don't need to worry too much. Light Yagami looked up and gave his father a reassuring smile. However, this smile only made the anger and guilt in Soichiro's heart burn more fiercely. He turned abruptly and slammed a fist heavily against the nearby wall, producing a dull, loud thud. This is definitely the work of that fooled Kira. Soichiro growled through gritted teeth. Has this guy already become so insane that he would persecute family members? Hearing these words, Light Yagami's heart stirred slightly. It seemed that the arrangements for random deaths he had written in the death note last night had already begun to take effect. Sure enough, Soichiro turned his head to look at the stunned Sachiko and Seiyu, and continued in a heavy tone. Yesterday, right near the investigation headquarters, a similar bizarre death occurred right beside me. A suspect being transported actually broke out of his handcuffs without warning, then charged into the road like a madman and was killed by an out-of-control truck right in front of me. And then today, I received news of the accident at the Todai exam hall. Soichiro's gaze became incredibly terrifying. This is absolutely not a coincidence. Kira is making a show of force to the police. He's using this method to warn me. Warning everyone who is investigating him. He's even willing to involve innocent family members. Dear. Sachiko covered her mouth in shock, tears falling once again. How can this be? Why would that Kira do such a terrible thing? Dear, how about you stop investigating? We're just ordinary people, we can't fight a monster like that. I can't lose you, and I can't let Light and Seiyu be in danger again. Seiyu also fearfully pulled at Soichiro's sleeve, pleading with a sob. Yeah, Dad, big brother almost died today. Can you please stop being so reckless? Let's leave the case to someone else to investigate. Looking at the pleading eyes of his wife and daughter, a look of pain and gloom appeared in Soichiro Yagami's eyes. As a father and a husband, how could he not ache for his family? The moment he learned something had happened at the exam hall where his son was, he had wanted nothing more than to rush home immediately. But he was a police officer. After a brief silence, Soichiro took a deep breath, and his gaze became firm once more. He gently pushed his wife's hand away and patted Seiyu's head. No, it is precisely because Kira is such a demon who disregards human life and would even strike at innocent family members that I cannot back down. If everyone gives up because they are afraid, then this world really will be finished. Soichiro looked everyone directly in the eyes. I will never compromise with evil. No matter what supernatural powers he has, I will definitely bring Kira to justice with my own hands. This righteous declaration caused the atmosphere in the living room to drop to freezing point. Sachiko covered her face and sobbed quietly, and Seiyu also wept silently. Light Yagami looked at his father's face, which was full of a sense of justice, and felt only a sense of absurdity and irony in his heart. What a pity, Dad, Light Yagami said in his heart. The evil Kira you swore to catch is sitting right in front of you. Ultimately, this family conversation ended in an extremely unpleasant atmosphere. Soichiro barely ate a few bites of dinner before locking himself in his study to continue studying the case. Sachiko silently cleared the dishes, wiping tears from the corners of her eyes from time to time. The next morning, the atmosphere at home was still somewhat heavy. To track down clues on Kira, Soichiro Yagami had left for the investigation headquarters early, before dawn. To provide Light Yagami with more nutrition, Sachiko had gone to a distant market early in the morning with a vegetable basket to buy fresh ingredients. Because of the accident her brother had suffered at the exam hall yesterday, Seiyu Yagami decided to personally cook sandwiches for him. Looking at the ingredients on the cutting board, Seiyu closed her eyes and prayed silently in her heart. I hope eating this will make Big Brother's wounds heal faster, and that it won't hurt at all. Along with her intense wish, several small cherry tomatoes with fangs silently blended into the ingredients. In the second-floor bedroom, Light Yagami was sitting at his desk with the death note spread out before him. Light Yagami faced the computer screen, looking at the list of underground criminal forces that Demigawa Jin had exposed last night. Using his uninjured left hand, he wrote their names into the notebook. As he wrote with deep intensity, he couldn't help but let out a laugh, muttering under his breath, ha ha ha, next, next. The scum of this world are disappearing. The laughter inadvertently tugged at the wound on his right forearm. SS's. Light Yagami couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, his brow furrowing as he bared his teeth. This injury is still a bit of a nuisance, Light Yagami cursed inwardly. Although the injury was worth it to clear his name, it seriously hindered his work efficiency as Kira. Just then, there were faint footsteps outside the door, followed by two tentative knocks. Big brother, are you awake? Can I come in? It was his younger sister Seiyu's voice. Light Yagami quickly closed the death note and stuffed it into a special hidden compartment under the desk, then switched the computer screen to a page of ordinary study materials. He adjusted his expression and replied in a gentle voice, I'm awake. Come in, Seiyu. The door was pushed open, and Seiyu walked in carrying a tray. On the tray was a glass of milk and a sandwich with a somewhat strange shape and a truly unappealing appearance. The edges of the bread slices were a bit burnt, the lettuce leaves inside were limp, and unevenly sliced tomatoes and a few pieces of lunch meat were sandwiched in between. Seiyu looked at her brother's slightly pale face due to the pain and immediately noticed his earlier discomfort. Big brother, does your hand hurt again? Seiyu said with a face full of concern, hurriedly placing the tray on the desk. It's okay, I just accidentally bumped it. Light Yagami shook his head with a smile, his gaze falling on the disastrous sandwich. Is this, you made this? Seiyu's face flushed instantly, and she looked a bit flustered. Mom went grocery shopping, and since I saw you were injured, I watched a video online. It said tomato dishes can boost metabolism, so I thought I'd make you breakfast myself. Saying this, Seiyu seemed to remember something, her eyes brightening slightly. In fact, the reason she insisted on making this breakfast herself was because of a strange encounter before yesterday. That day, while she was looking for study materials in a bookstore, she accidentally bumped into a man with an extremely gentle and elegant temperament. The man claimed to be a psychologist named John J. John not only helped her pick up the books but also chatted with her for a bit. Upon learning that her brother was under a lot of pressure, John smiled and said to her, Lovely Miss Seiyu, do you have a wish you want to fulfill? Seiyu thought for a moment and replied somewhat shyly, if possible. I hope to make the most delicious food with my own hands, so that my family's health and spirits will improve after eating it. John said softly, deal. At the time, Seiyu only thought the man was a bit peculiar, but his smile had a magic that was impossible to refuse. She only remembered him saying the deal was made. As for how exactly it succeeded or the man's detailed appearance, it was a bit blurry now that she thought back on it. But seeing her brother in such pain from his injury now, recalling that encounter, a strong conviction rose in her heart. So, while making this sandwich, she put her whole heart into it with that strong desire. Although it might not look like much, I really put my heart into making it. Seiyu looked up at Light Yagami with an expectant yet nervous gaze. Big brother, are you willing to try it? Looking into his sister's hopeful eyes, although Light Yagami had no appetite for this dark cuisine. But to maintain his persona as a kind older brother, he endured the dull pain in his right hand and picked up the sandwich with his left. Since Seiyu made it herself, I'll definitely eat it all. I'll dig in then, Light Yagami said with a smile. He opened his mouth, closed his eyes, and prepared himself for a terrible taste as he took a small bite. However, when the food touched his taste buds, Light Yagami's eyes snapped wide open. There was no bitterness from the char, and no astringency from the lettuce. An indescribable, ultimate deliciousness exploded in his mouth. The sweet and sour of the tomato, the wheaty aroma of the bread, and the savory taste of the lunch meat blended perfectly. The flavor hit his soul, causing his brain to go blank for a moment. How is this possible? Light Yagami looked at the ugly sandwich in his hand in shock. He swore this was the most delicious food he had ever eaten in his life. Is it good, big brother? Seeing Light Yagami's shocked expression, Seiyu laughed happily. Very delicious, Light Yagami murmured in response, unable to help taking another large bite. Just as he swallowed the second bite, he suddenly caught sight of something strange in the layers of the sandwich out of the corner of his eye. He stopped chewing and looked closely. On that slice of red tomato flesh, a strange creature only the size of a fingernail was actually crouching. The creature had short limbs, but most bizarrely, it had a tiny face on its front, with a mouth full of sharp teeth. At this moment, that little tomato, with sharp teeth was staring straight at Light Yagami with an extremely eerie gaze. What is that? Light Yagami's pupils constricted. Ordinary people couldn't see this kind of thing. He immediately realized this was definitely no mutated insect. Is this a stand? The thought flashed through Light Yagami's mind instantly. Yesterday at the exam hall, L's stand that could move through the ground and teleport had already opened his eyes, and now, a stand had actually appeared in his food. Before he could react, an unbearable, strange sensation suddenly came from his right arm and the wound on his face. At first, it was just a slight numbness. But after only 2 seconds, that numbness quickly evolved into a heart-piercing itch. Ah! Light Yagami couldn't help but grunt, his left hand snapping to grab his right arm, then reaching for his face. Big brother. What's wrong? Seiyu was terrified by his sudden expression of pain. It itches, it's so itchy. Light Yagami's breathing became rapid. No longer caring about his image, his left fingers clawed frantically at the bandages on his right arm, then at the gauze on the side of his face. The sturdy medical bandages were torn apart by him, revealing the stitched wounds underneath. Big brother, what are you doing? The wounds will tear open. Seiyu screamed in terror, trying to grab his hand. Don't come over. Light Yagami violently threw off his sister's hand. He had completely lost his reason, his left fingernails digging deep into the skin of his right arm and cheek, scratching frantically. Following his near self-mutilating scratching, a hair-raising scene occurred. The originally swollen skin on his right arm and cheek actually began to peel off in large patches. Along with the falling skin flakes were some dark red scabs and tissue. What on earth is going on? Light Yagami looked at his arm and cheek, where skin was constantly falling off, a sense of unprecedented horror rising in his heart. Could it be that I'm under a stand attack? He roared desperately in his mind. However, just as he thought he would be completely disfigured, the extreme pain and itching quickly receded. Replacing it was an indescribable feeling of coolness, as if some invisible force was rapidly repairing his damaged skin. Light Yagami tremblingly let go and looked at the mirror in front of the wardrobe. He saw that the wounds on his right arm and cheek had actually healed, the peeled-off skin had regrown, becoming as smooth as before, with not even a scar left. He felt an unprecedented surge of vitality fill his entire body, and his spirit became exceptionally full. Just then, that fingernail-sized little tomato stand suddenly jumped out of the sandwich and flew straight to Seiyu's side. Ah! What is that? Seiyu screamed in terror, pointing at the creature floating beside her, her face turning pale. Light, what are you yelling about? Ryuk passed through the door. He sauntered in, holding a bright red Fuji apples, looking curiously at Light Yagami while ignoring Yagami Sayuri. Yagami Sayuri's gaze followed the direction of Ryuk's voice. When she saw the hideous Shinigami floating in midair, she let out a cry of alarm. What is this monster now? Yagami Sayuri stood frozen in place, her face full of terror. A monster. Are you talking about me? Ryuk stopped chewing and tilted his head. He floated a meter to the left, and Seiyu's terrified gaze followed him. He floated a meter to the right, and Seiyu's gaze followed him. Clap. Ryuk clapped his hands and grinned widely. So you can see me after all. This blue-faced, fanged monster was 100 times more terrifying than the little tomatoes from before. Seiyu's legs went weak, and she suddenly shrank behind Light Yagami, clutching her brother's hem. Seiyu can see Ryuk. Light Yagami looked at the bloody bandages and peeled skin on the floor, his brain working rapidly. His younger sister could see the Shinigami, only those who had touched a death note could see a Shinigami. But Seiyu hadn't touched the notebook. Combined with everything that had happened before, the only explanation was the stand ability Jay had given her. However, the more troublesome issue was the wounds. To fool L, his self-directed performance yesterday had been perfect. Now his right arm and the side of his face were as smooth as before. If L's informants or hidden cameras captured this scene, his identity as a stand user or Kira would be completely exposed. Seiyu, look at me. Light Yagami turned around and placed his hands on his sister's shoulders. Seiyu's eyes were red, and her body was still trembling. What just happened, and the stand before you, must absolutely not be told to anyone, including mom and dad. Light Yagami's tone was extremely serious. Why? Because this is a superpower. Light Yagami lowered his voice and looked directly into her eyes. Think about the cartoons and movies on TV. If the government or a mysterious organization finds out you have this kind of power, they'll drag you into a lab. Drawing blood, slicing you up, locking you in a dark dungeon for research. Do you want to live that kind of life? Images from movies immediately surfaced in Seiu's mind. Her small face turned pale, and she shook her head frantically. So, this is a secret between the two of us. Light Yagami stroked her head, his voice returning to its usual gentleness. Seiyu nodded hard, her emotions stabilizing slightly. She turned her head to look at the few fanged little tomatoes floating in midair. What exactly are you guys? Seiyu asked tentatively. The little tomatoes bobbed up and down, making GG sounds, and Seiyu actually understood them. They say they're called pearl jam. Seiyu looked up at Light Yagami. As long as I put my heart into combining ingredients to cook, they can blend into the food and heal whoever eats it. Light Yagami looked at his intact right arm and touched his face. The ability was very practical. It was just that the healing process was a bit too disgusting. That agonizing itch and the visual shock of being flayed alive were things he definitely didn't want to experience a second time. Light, I'm almost out of apples. Ryuk tossed the core aside and leaned in front of Light Yagami. When are we going to buy more? Seiyu poked half her head out from behind Light Yagami, curiously observing Ryuk. Though he looked terrifying, the monster seemed to listen to her brother. Big brother, is this also your stand? Seiyu asked. Ryuk scratched his messy hair and looked at Seiyu. Why does everyone mistake him for a stand? Minamizora Naomi was like that before, and now this little girl is the same. Does he look that much like a stand? He's clearly a formidable Shinigami, okay. Light Yagami didn't hesitate for a moment and nodded directly. Yes, this is my stand. Light Yagami looked at Seiyu. So you must keep it even more secret. He went with the flow and packaged the Shinigami as a stand, which could both explain Ryuk's existence and dispel his sister's doubts. By the way, where did you get your stand? Light Yagami asked seemingly casually. When I went to the nearby library to buy review materials yesterday. Seiyu recalled, I met a person named John J. He was very polite and asked if I had a wish I wanted to fulfill. It really was J. Light Yagami didn't quite understand. That guy Jay was spreading stand abilities everywhere. Was he constructing some massive game map? He once wanted to control all the stand users in the world, but Jay's uninvited gifts made him feel a hint of displeasure. He hated this feeling of things being out of his control. Ryuk leaned close to Light Yagami's ear. Didn't you promise me before that you'd take me to find him and ask for a stand to play with? Ryuk then intentionally said in front of Yagami Sayuri, let's go find this Jay right now. Light Yagami thought about it. He had promised to help Ryuk find a stand once he cleared his suspicion. Seiyu's eyes lit up. Big brother, are you going to find Mr. J? Why don't I go with you? I happen to want to thank him in person. Light Yagami then looked at the bandages on the floor. He couldn't go out now. Since his wounds were healed, he had to stay in the room and refake the injuries. My current condition isn't suitable for going out. Light Yagami pointed to the bloody bandages on the floor. I need to retreat them. Seiyu, go buy some apples for Ryuk for me. While you're at it, walk around the library area, and if you run into Jay, pass on a message for me. What message? Just say, the game is exciting, but I will be the final winner. Seiyu didn't understand the meaning of those words, but she still nodded seriously. Let this guy follow you. Light Yagami pointed at Ryuk. He can't do anything but eat apples, but he can still protect you at a critical moment. Ryuk let out a weird cackle. Hee hee, bodyguard work isn't free. I want double the apples. Half an hour later, on the streets of Tokyo. Seiyu was carrying a plastic bag full of Fuji red apples, walking on the street leading to the library. Ryuk was floating in midair, tossing an apple in his hand and taking a large, crunchy bite. 2 blocks away from the library. Outside a cafe across the street, a man in a khaki suit sat under a sunshade. His name was Kira Joji. He picked up his coffee cup, took a sip of black coffee, and his gaze swept across the street nonchalantly. Suddenly, his movement stopped. He saw that blue-faced, fanged monster in midair. A stand. Kira Joji put down his coffee cup, his eyes becoming sharp. Ordinary people couldn't see such things, only stand users are drawn to one another. His gaze moved down, landing on the girl carrying the bag of apples. The girl was wearing a pleated skirt, and below the hem was a pair of well-proportioned, straight, and youthful legs. Kira Joji's breathing became heavy. He had a secret. He pursued a quiet life, but deep in his heart, there was an uncontrollable urge hidden away. He had an almost pathological obsession with women's legs. Those legs were too perfect. If he could use his newly acquired killer queen to blow up her body and leave only the feet, coat them in preservatives, and place them in a glass cabinet in his bedroom to stroke every night as he fell asleep. Kira Joji's eyes became feverish. He stood up, straightened the hem of his suit, and unhurriedly crossed the road to follow behind Seiyu. He maintained a safe distance of 10 meters. His steps were light, making no sound at all. His stand, Killer Queen, loomed faintly behind him, its pink cat-like head staring hungrily at the target. At the same time, on a bench at the back of the street, a fat man wearing an oversized white t-shirt and jeans was sitting there. He held a huge strawberry crepe in his hand and was chewing on it in large bites. Cream was stuck to the corner of his mouth, and he licked it off with his tongue without a care. He was Fat L. To distinguish them, the L from the main world was codenamed XL on the communication channel. Fat L swallowed the crepe in his mouth, his eyes with heavy dark circles staring at the street ahead. He saw the girl carrying the apples and the Shinigami floating in midair. He also saw the stalker in the khaki suit with the perverted look in his eyes. Interesting. Fat L pulled a miniature communicator from his pocket and pressed the button. This is XL. I've discovered the target's family member, Yugami Sayuri. She is accompanied by an unknown humanoid creature, suspected to be a stand. At the same time, a suspicious man is stalking her. The calm voice of the main world's L came from the other end of the communicator. Don't alert them. Follow them. That suspicious man might be an accomplice of Kira. Understood. Fat L stood up and brushed the crumbs off his belly. He strode out with his thick legs, appearing clumsy but actually blending into the crowd with extreme agility. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.